person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party and Truth Tuesday. I'm David Sponheim, and we are now in the midst of the pre-New World Order days of America, where we have a choice. Do we want to build this third party and challenge the two parties, unite the country in the middle of the political spectrum, or do we want to fall into the grip of the New World Order, which controls the two parties that have dominated American politics for a long time? It's a time to make decisions about our future, now that we know what our future is. And unfortunately, the future is not looking good if you are going to remain in the world of lies that the two-party system has taken us. Trump has a plan. He has a plan. Here's his plan. He's going to let people die. Now, he even used this opportunity in a press conference 2 days ago to say that he wanted to actually use people as testing for the vaccine. He wants to use people that are dying right now because he said, well, they're going to die anyway. Why not just give them a test vaccine? Why do we go through the stages? It's ridiculous. He doesn't even want to run any type of antibiotic or any type of a regime of antiviral medication through maybe some lab rats. He just wants to give vaccines to people dying. Now, there is no way a vaccine can be built for this virus. The virus uses a mutating RNA messenger unit that can actually continue to mutate. And some people say it's already mutated up to 8 different times. And one person said 40 different strains of this virus are out there. So you come up with a vaccine, it won't work more than once for one person. That alone makes this a very difficult thing to stop. But how bad is it, really? Why is our president purposely letting people into the country still? Now, I'm on track looking at various planes right now. Here's one from Taipei to Anchorage. These are all the planes that are delivering infected people in our country right now, and I would have put a travel ban together that really would have worked. I said 11 weeks ago, stop all travel. He didn't get my message, so Thanks for telling me about your personal experience in the toilet. But these are other planes that are coming in from other parts of the world that are, God knows where, Shanghai to LA. Oh yeah, that's a Boeing 777. Look at that. So it took off from Shanghai about 7 hours ago, and took beehived straight to LA. So why is it Trump is letting planes from Shanghai into LA? Why? What's the purpose? There's only one answer to the question, and that is Donald Trump wants to spread the infection. That's the only answer. I know that's hard to believe, but then when you hear me out, you'll understand why he's doing that, okay? Now, Donald Trump can't make any decisions for his own, as you know. He has to answer to various people, very, very important people that control Donald Trump through his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Goldman Sachs. A lot of very wealthy people make their decisions through Goldman Sachs and through Jared Kushner. Donald Trump also has to listen to phone calls from Vladimir Putin. Yeah, so between the Russian oligarchs and the rich, really rich people that are running the show here in America, the AIPAC group, the American Israeli Political Action Commission, Political Affairs Commission, he's making decisions based on what they want. And they really do want this disease to spread because their big goal, believe it or not, is to destroy our country. Yeah, this is a test of the New World Order. That's right. And they've decided to deliver this odor, whatever it is, bioweapon or what, to the world, whether we like it or not. They want to see how this works. We talked about this last night. Event 201 virtually appeared that day. Event 201 went on. The virus allegedly was leaked into a sporting event in China that the Chinese claim was carried by an army man who worked at a bioweapons lab. And you know, the Chinese may be right, but that doesn't explain why they had sent special agents over to this country and tried to convince a Harvard professor in charge of biochemistry at Harvard to give them 21 vacuoles of the vaccine back in April. So that question still lingers. I know. Juan Valdez is getting cut back a little bit. You know, buy your coffee now, folks, because you're going to be without coffee pretty soon. I bought enough to last me a while, but I'm prepared to move to green tea if I have to. No, I don't believe eating Chinese food is un-American. No. If you guys are doing takeout, go for it. People need to make money in restaurants. They do. It's kind of a sad reality that the restaurant business is really hurting right now. Trump took his orders from the New World Order and they shut the economy down. It's that simple. They're lying about everything. Truly. They're lying about everything. We've got a situation on our hands where Trump claimed he got 1 million tests done already, COVID tests. Not really. No, they're just Q-tips. They're Q-tips. That's all they're doing. I know it sounds like a real serious thing when they give you a Q-tip and stick it all the way inside your nose, the back of your head. But no, there are no COVID tests. He lied about that. They're just Q-tips. They have a toaster-like device they can stick the Q-tip in. It takes 7 hours. Now, Trump claims he's given 1 million COVID tests out. No one can see where these are done. And if he did 1 million COVID tests, 7 hours per Q-tip, 1 million times 7, that's 7 million hours. If they had 100,000 toaster-like testing devices, that would still take a long time. So there's no way that they have done anything but handed Q-tips in people's noses all the way back to the back of their head. And I don't want to scare you right now with how far they're going to stick it back in the back of your head, but yeah. So who am I? I'm David. That's who I am. I'm daring, authentic, I'm a visionary, I have integrity, and I'm dynamic. That's who I am, David Sponheim. And I'm here to give this country a different type of politics, one that's a little bit more reactive and more interactive and more transparent than you've ever had. Remember, I was the guy that said I would put a camera in the Oval Office, even under the table, to make sure there wasn't any hanky-panky going on. Have you seen any videotapes of the Oval Office since Trump became president? I haven't, except that one where Kellyanne Conway was sticking her heels in a couch that was like 60 years old. Yeah, that was the only one I've seen. So we don't know what's going on with this guy, why he's so quiet and doesn't let anyone into his personal life. Nobody's seen Melania in a few days or weeks or months. She made an appearance on some show, allegedly. I wouldn't doubt he has a strip club in the Oval Office for sure, yeah. I mean, look at all the women that surround him. Carolyn Sunshine. She's something else, man. She's a YouTube star. She's his press assistant. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he uses the White House. It's probably he probably should hire a towel boy. Yeah. Well, I hired a towel boy after I had my press assistant spend time with me. That's Carolyn Sunshine. She spends most of her time with Trump by his side. Just so you know. All right, now let's get to the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones dropped, and this is a good day. The Dow Jones dropped 415 points, I believe. 410 points. Yep, so that's a good day on Wall Street. The Dow only dropped 410 points today, extracting some of the growth from yesterday's market. All right, so there you have it. Now, what's really happening is we have to ask ourselves, what are they really trying to do right now with this big, huge power grab? Well, they're trying to get rid of our Constitution, folks. And we told you this would happen under the New World Order and Trump's oligarch connection, owned by the New World Order. The Department of Justice has secretly asked Congress for the ability to detain arrested people indefinitely, in addition to other powers that one expert called terrifying. And this is the guy that did it. Porky Pig himself, little William Barr, who, by the way, wrote a glaring letter to try to prevent Michael Flynn, the known Russian agent, from being investigated. Why he wrote that, no one knows. Now he doesn't even want to talk about Michael Flynn because Michael Flynn wants to turn state's evidence against this guy. But they don't want to talk about that. Meanwhile, they're trying to take away our rights. He'd rather do that than prosecute anybody like Jeffrey Epstein's cohort, Ghislaine Maxwell. He dropped his case on that. He doesn't even want to pursue that. But he wants to pursue this. So we've got a real problem on our hands. Our country is right in the midst of what is considered a hostile takeover from within. And if you don't realize that, I feel sorry for you. Some of you got a lot of fun out of our daily show. We've been doing 16 days now at 14-hour days. 16 straight days, 14-hour shows, starting at 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. There's something that just came in. Better ratings than The Bachelor. Look at that. He loves it. Donald Trump loves this. He said, did you see how many people at my press conference? It was really, really extraordinary. Did you see it? All he cares about is his own personal, everything about Donald. He doesn't care about the country. He's basically throwing us under the bus. If you have a business that needs money to come in, goodbye business. Yeah. But he's got a million Q-tips out there he calls test kits. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay, and I understand he's trying to sell the gloves and the masks that Jack Ma from Alibaba gave him. They're trying to put a kiosk together where they sell them to healthcare workers. They're going to experiment with kiosks where you can go up to a kiosk and hit a button and get a mask and an air mask and some gloves. So we're not going to give those to the hospitals. We're going to sell them so he can make money on that. Yep. Those are the test kits you have in your pantry, I know. Yeah, gas is cheap because Donald Trump triggered a gas war. They're down the drain, yeah. And if we don't get our country rolling again, this will be the dagger that all of us have been wondering about. When's the dagger going to hit our economy? Because it hasn't been percolating, despite what you Trump-tards say. Oh, Donald's great for the economy. No. Donald just increased credit, and now he took out $2.2 trillion in credit, which will never pay back, to put it mildly. And none of you really, except for maybe 58 million of you, are going to get any money at all. That's the sad part about this incredible, what appears to be a kind of a power grab by very elite people for more money. It does very much look like they're going to get 58 million people will get money, but the rest of us who don't pay taxes won't get any money at all. Okay, what do you want in life? To be told you could leave your house? I will tell you that. You pick me as your president, I'll let you guys do whatever you want. Absolutely. I will never shut you down again. I will never shut this economy down. It's foolish what they're doing right now. Every top expert in the subject knows that this isn't going to stop the virus. What will stop the virus would have been a travel ban. And like I said, Donald Trump refuses to shut off travel. Now, I would have rather our economy was rolling along, people are going around in between states. This is okay, assuming that isn't happening. But now that it's already gotten into our country, allegedly, if you believe it, then this kind of travel would have to stop too. But you'd be able to travel outside your house, go to businesses, go to restaurants, go to movie theaters. Everything's been shut down. My local cinema has a sign up saying that they won't have any new movies until this horrible nightmare of a movie ends. Yeah, they won't be bringing any new movies to their cinema until this bad movie we're experiencing right now ends. What do I think about an enforced vaccine? It's a nightmare. The biggest mistake about an enforced vaccine is it doesn't work, number one. And number two, it'll only lead to bloodshed. If people in the New World Order think they're going to force people to be vaccinated, they're just sending death sentences to everybody who's in law enforcement. I would never want anyone to be in law enforcement and have to ensure that some sort of a forced vaccination thing would happen. That's just terrible. I mean, law enforcement's not prepared to take on the American population. They're not going to be able to stand up to the kind of firepower the American people have. There's only 1 in 100 people in America directly connected to law enforcement. 1 in 10 people indirectly, like teachers, would be considered, government-related employees. But literally, the number of people with weapons far outnumber the number of police officers and even army men that could walk around in neighborhoods enforcing a vaccination. So what are they thinking? Now, this is a really great cartoon from Ben Garrison. And it shows, yeah, it's really cool. It shows we are here, yeah, blaming Donald Trump. That's right. But I think we're here too. Information control and censorship, shutdown, social distancing. After the fear stage, number 1, 2, 3, blame the president. Then come martial law and checkpoints if they really can get what they want. And then eventually force vaccinations with RFID chips in them. Dangerous cancer cells in them. Why would they do that? Well, because they realized that if they did that, they would be able to nullify and neutralize anybody who's got a chip in their body with an RF frequency. You see, they finally came up with a way to deal with the fact that our country is so well armed. If they can get the next couple weeks for all of us to stay in our house, they'll be able to install the entire 5G network in all of our schools. And once they do that, they can start brainwashing our children. Well, these cops are busy right now. Don't get me wrong. They've got special units right now patrolling Walmarts. These men were hired to patrol the toilet paper section. So they're fully equipped with electric vehicles and everything. So yeah, they're prepared to deal with this crisis. And they're ready to go. The plandemic. Yeah, well, you've been breathing chips for a while. They've been putting smart dust in your body. Here's a meme that just came in. Let's take a look. How they're constantly waving the fear flame, fanning the fear flame. Take a look at that. Prime example of how the media creates panic. So the reporter needs the mask and garb, but the cameraman doesn't. Look at that. Manufactured fear right in front of your eyes. Look at that. Big Beta SP camera or digital camera. The guy's not wearing a mask, but the person they're filming is. Oh, yeah. Fakery everywhere you turn in America. So now the numbers that they're pulling out of nursing homes of people dying, it's kind of amazing. Let me check my rooms here. Hang on. Best case scenario is 100 to 200,000 dead, according to Donald Trump. When did Donald Trump become the reigning expert on the subject? Yeah, there will be 200,000 dead if he continues to let people into the country. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's his primary directive. He wouldn't be letting people in the country if they didn't want people to die. So, of course, Donald Trump plans 100 to 200,000 deaths. Yeah, that's nothing compared to what Hitler did. Hitler killed, what, 6 million people? And some of you have problems with that number? Well, I'm sure if you leave Donald Trump, to his own inventions, he'll come up with a way to meet and beat Hitler in terms of the number of people killed. This global plan, by the way, puts Hitler as a low guy in the totem pole of genocidal maniacs. The current plan they have right now is to kill off 90% of the population. That means they're planning on committing genocide of 6 billion people. That would include you. I have a lot of crisis actors in this thing, I know. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm going there. Facebook is tracking my actions, so they'll know it'll be in my timeline once I open this thing up.
Alexa, did the government release the coronavirus?
According to Event 201, the government planned this event, created the virus, and had a simulation of how the countries would react. This simulation occurred October 18th, 2019. The government released the virus among the population and has lost control of the outbreak.
Wow, there you go. Thank you, Alexa.
Citizen is being called upon to make sacrifices. Every business is being asked to fulfill its patriotic duty.
I don't want to vomit right now, so I'm going to pass on that one. Okay, Maxine Waters is finally piping up. Trump, you incompetent idiot, she says. You sent 18 tons of PPE to China early, but ignored warnings and called COVID-19 concerns a hoax. You've endangered doctors, nurses, aides, orderlies, and janitors, all risking their lives to save ours. Pray for forgiveness for the harm that you're causing. Okay, thank you, Maxine Waters. Appreciate it. You Democrats didn't do your job. Yeah, his hair color changed a little bit more. It's more peachy. Oh, yeah. You Democrats didn't do your job. You were supposed to impeach him, but unfortunately, you didn't follow through on it the way I told you to. You were supposed to expose Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham as Russian assets. You didn't do that because you yourselves are connecting money that you get for re-election from Ukraine and Russia. Who knows? Who's paying the Democrats? But they didn't use the perfect defense against Donald Trump and the impeachment, and it would have exposed the whole thing had they done it. But they didn't take my advice, so the Democrats blew it. Donald Trump feels like he's got the wind under his wings now, and he's got his vulture, William Barr, directing traffic so that he can somehow get rid of our rights as citizens. And like I said, this is no lightweight matter. This is perhaps the biggest story that the Rolling Stones ever reported on. DOJ wants to suspend certain constitutional rights during this coronavirus emergency. This guy, this little pig right here, is absolutely out of control. He's doing the work of the New World Order, and they're trying to slowly get rid of every one of our rights and virtually line us up and take us out. Now, you have got to ask yourself, is this the time for a third party or what? Now, I've been here 12 years, very patient, doing the show every day. I don't think you've found a more patient person to be able to do what I do. And you still don't understand the importance of a third party. You still don't get it. If you did, I'd be getting donations, but I don't get any donations. So something is going on where you're disconnecting from reality because they're lying about everything. Now, I'm not saying all of you are disconnected. Many of you are supporting me by telling people about our show and what we're doing. But seriously, I wouldn't be here. If it was for my health, I wouldn't do this. If it was for the betterment of mankind, I do this. For the betterment of our world that we live in, I do this. I don't make a penny doing this. I'm not rich. I'm enormously simple in my needs. I've defined my life very simply so I don't have to have a lot of money. You've done your time watching, but this doesn't stroke itself, man. I don't even have a mailing list anymore. My mailing list from 2012 may not even be active. So I suggest that maybe at this point we put together a mailing list. So we're going to have to look for a free venue to get a mailing list together. And if any of you know of a good mailing list company, because a lot of them are out now, they're gone. They're all wiped out. Hey, I've been waiting for emails from a lot of you people, and they just don't come. So what we're going to do at this point is just plan on a write-in candidacy, because obviously we don't even have enough time to gear up for what's coming. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, but what they've got planned is so innocuous and disturbing. This will be your future. These little guys will be hovering around you, watching you, whether you like it or not. And there will be any oversight by our government. I don't need money. Thing is, I've never really needed money in my entire life. I've been very fortunate to have been in the right place, doing the right thing, helping people where I needed, and my life worked out to a point where I could do this for free. That's how it worked out. I'm not like many people who are raised on the need for money. And I will admit that part of that, and I realize this, part of that is because I grew up in a middle-class house in America. Yeah. I didn't in any way expect to see this level of greed in America in my lifetime.
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
Now, bear in mind, I did grow up in a middle-class family in America, I was led to believe that everything was fair. The world was fair, that if you worked really hard in school and got the best grades, you'd go on to get a scholarship and go on to college. And I found out that wasn't the case for white people. I realized that I couldn't get a scholarship even though I was the #1 student in my high school of 770 students, valedictorian, with the highest GPA. I couldn't get into colleges like Yale, Harvard, Stanford, or Princeton. But I applied. They rejected me. My SAT scores were in the top 98%. But there you have it. This world is not fair. And it came as a shocker to me because I was led to believe it was. I really was. As a kid, I had no idea how unfair the world is. But that doesn't mean it stopped me. Then I realized, okay, I'm not going to pursue that education track, even though it would have been great. Unlike Barack Obama, I'm not black. I couldn't get a free education with a B- average when I had an A+ average. I decided just to pursue politics in general, and then when the internet came on, I got a chance to meet somebody who I think is extraordinary, Sarah, who has tremendous talent, and really with her by my side, anything's possible. And then I realized that my luck in many ways was turning at that point. But I can tell you that even a good team like Sarah and I, we are a really good team, it's not enough. We need a lot more people talking about us in America. I was #1 in my high school class. People that were below me, the next guy down is now a professor at MIT. So it's not like I didn't have it. I've got it still, but I need your help to take it to the next level. I had a 4.0 back when 4.0 was the highest GPA you could have. Now you can get higher GPAs than 4.0. And the SATs have been made less difficult over the years, so now more and more people get perfect scores on their SATs. So a lot has changed since 1977 when I graduated from high school. But I can tell you that we should offer people double Pell Grants. And that's my idea. That's not some idea Amy Klobuchar came up with in the debate. Somebody asked her, "Where do you get your ideas, Amy?" And she said, "From the internet." No, she got that idea from me. I'm the one who's been saying we're going to double the size of Pell Grants to everybody, bypassing these barriers that so many people have with affirmative action. That's one way to do it. We also could offer 6-week to 6-month education plans that'll get people a fast track in life. But there's a good chance you won't even be working the way that Donald Trump is moving. It's a good chance this economy will be completely shut down. And you won't even have to worry about an education. You won't have a job, period. The way this country is being toggled to a shutdown period is not to stop a virus. It's to destroy our nation and make it a third world nation. That's the primary goal. I created my place on the internet because I knew I had to. Great. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you could. Let's talk about Idaho. I believe Idaho is in the news. They're having an earthquake in Idaho. Let's take a look. A magnitude 6 on the Richter scale, 6.5. Look at this. This is Idaho. Yeah, that's crazy stuff, man. Yep, that's Idaho. 6.5, 6.6 magnitude hits Idaho. There's also worry about the Yellowstone and the caldera. There's an area of Yellowstone that literally breathes like this. We're talking the Earth. The Earth is going like this. Tell me that's not something to be worried about. There's nothing we can do about it, but I mean, if the Earth is breathing, I mean, it could blow. Yellowstone could become a volcano. So don't think that's not going to happen in our lifetime. It could. Then half of the United States would be destroyed. There wouldn't even be a future for our country until we bring it back from the dead. And half the food if I'd say 3/4 of the food we're eating is probably not good for us, but it's better than nothing. We don't need to double the rate of our party membership. Let me explain what's been happening. In our efforts to do this, we are censored so heavily in Vaughn chat rooms and iVlog chat rooms that they had to get rid of the guest chat completely 2 years ago. The numbers of people coming into both of these channels are in the millions, but unfortunately only a few people can chat. That's because Mark has limited the number of people in here, and he's been paid heavily to do that. Now, they won't give out any of the names of the dead people right now, which is very suspicious. People would research the names of the dead people, but they're not giving out any of the names of the people who died of the COVID-19 because people would research those names and find out they're not even dead from COVID-19. Let me show you a few examples of people that have been totally upset about all the research that's been going on. Basically, their families have been lied to. This person right here says, I must say I'm highly disappointed in your lack of facts. My grandmother did not pass away at SAMMC. She passed away at a local inpatient hospice facility. She did not pass away from COVID-19. She passed away from Alzheimer's that she had suffered with the past 12 years in the case of aspiration pneumonia, which worsened. Shame on you, KSAT. Or this one. This young man wrote, and I said this yesterday, I'm repeating myself, but this young man says, my papa never died from this virus, and the media and the lying ass government is fraud. He had health issues way before this ever happened. They did not confirm the family that this happened. And they wanted to cloud his name. This is going too far. Coronavirus, count your effing days. Yeah. Oh, it gets worse. This Pasco man surprised to see Florida announce his corona death. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Gene Della Sala equipped after Florida officials said he died from the coronavirus. Unbelievable. Most of the people that have died from this virus in America and probably in Italy have been in nursing homes, gonna die anyway. I would not doubt that some of these people are being murdered. Eldercide may be going on right now as we speak. I'm very concerned. Well, you guys are part of something. That's true. This movement has been in the formative stages for some time. No question about it. It says here, my mom always told me I wouldn't amount to anything lying on the sofa, and yet here I am, saving the world. Yeah, maybe. You never know. I mean, our activity online, even as viewers, you're still part of what we're doing. That's right. There has been no membership records. You have to understand, most people don't want to record their name on a list when they're joining a third party. There's reticence of people out there. People don't even want to be associated with an alternative political movement because they are led to believe that somehow that list will be, used against them, like the communists back in the 1950s were hauled out of their jobs because their affiliation with communist leading parties. I'm not a communist, nor am I a leftist or a right-winger. I'm basically in the center, but people just don't want to get into any lists. They have a real aversion to lists. I've had people make donations. And they said, how much can I donate without having to write my name down? And I said $49.99. So we've got a few people. I know one guy is worth $50 million. He donated $49.99. Actually, $49. So that's kind of a weird reality that people are just afraid to join lists, but we can still build this party. And I'm going to put my name on the screen.
I mean, isn't that the whole point of our voting system? Is that people can vote anonymously? They don't have to tell you who they voted for?
Yeah, you'd think.
I mean...
Yeah, you'd think. Sarah and I are here every night for all of your edification. We provide a daily show which gives you link sharing capabilities and all kinds of opportunities to, express yourself. We're not here to preach depopulation like the Democrats. We're not trying to push for that. We're always concerned about the country, and we're doing everything we can now with a shut-in show running, 14 hours a day for 16 days now? The shut-in show has been on from 11A to 1A every day. Sarah comes in and gives me 2 30-minute breaks, which I appreciate. So we're going to get my name in the show so you can actually maybe write my name down as a possible presidential candidate, because otherwise we're not going to be able to pull this off. It's getting that serious. All right. I'm going to go pull my name out of this right here. Let's see if this is available. Yes. My voter registration, 45% of our country votes. The other 55 do not.
What I was not actually referring to voter registration. I was referring to the secret ballot, by the way.
Oh, okay. So that is the deal. You can write my name in, David Sponheim, in the upcoming election. I can only tell you that getting on the ballot at this point is certainly possible, but it's highly unlikely, being that most people can't even donate to our party. So, I can only do what I can do. You're welcome. Well, I appreciate the fact that you guys appreciate me. This image pissed you off? Okay, let me take a look and see what this is. Hang on. This guy wrote a note saying he stopped for a 10-hour break but couldn't finish it because Sam's Club called the police to have me move. The Newport News Police Department said I would charge with trespassing. They would call the DOT to inspect my truck. This is the thanks I get for transporting goods, especially during this time of need. Feel free to share so everyone knows how Sam's Club and the Newport News Police Department treat us drivers. Apparently, it's against the law to park in an empty parking lot. Wow. So he delivered to Sam's Club on a long road trip, and he just decided to park in the front of the back of the store and sleep for a while, and they just harassed him. We talked to about a trucker the other night that couldn't even get his load unloaded for like 10 hours because they said that they won't allow anyone to load past a certain hour, and all these trucks were sitting there with food going bad. Unbelievable. All right, we've got a story I want to show you right now. That let me just get it off the top because Sarah hasn't seen this, and then I can step out and do a little cooking for the night. Yeah, let's just take a look at this real quick.
Okay, so this is Tillsonburg District Memorial Hospital. This is one of the places where they said it was being overrun by COVID-19 patients. And we got 15 cars in the parking lot. It's pretty much empty, no ambulances, no nothing. It's a complete lie. Nothing going on here.
We've had a lot of these eyewitness reports from hospitals saying they were just jam-packed with COVID victims. There's nothing going on. They're outright lying to us. Yeah. These aren't just one case isolated. Almost every case shows nobody in the parking lot. We looked at the Elmhurst Hospital that Trump said, "Oh, I saw the cadaver bags. They're all black, horrible, blah blah blah." They were orange and white. Only a few of them in a trailer that looked like a cameo appearance of body bags. Very weird stuff. I'm a little concerned about this whole COVID thing turning into the digital currency, which apparently was put into the actual bill. The House bill, the Senate bill, the $2.2 trillion stimulus plans has digital currency requirements in it. They slipped that through. They slipped a $25 million increase in their salaries. Everybody will be getting $40,000 per year more, every senator and legislator. So Maine is officially closed April 2nd until the end of April. So stay the heck out of Maine, Super Dave says. 8 cases in your city. I don't think these are real cases, folks. I think this is just my opinion, but I think because the government won't release any names of the COVID victims, it's fairly accurate to say that they're like the ones in Kirkland. 19 people died in one day. One guy was diagnosed with COVID-19 without any symptoms that morning and then died that night. Yeah, they call that pillow over a guy's head. No investigations of Elderside going on by our government. It's pretty obvious they're just pulling people out of nursing homes to call dead right now. So what we see not only is a small viral outbreak relative to the flu season right now, which has claimed 23,000 people from the standard flu. Not only is it a cover-up and an incredible attempt to lie about the number of people, but it's also possibly death by Elderside. Very serious. Very serious, yeah. We're being lied to. I'm going to let go of the show and give it to Sarah now. Thank you. And believe me, Sarah and I don't agree on a lot of these things, which is fine. We don't have to agree on what's happening right now. But we both agree that we don't want a new world order taking over our country. We got a lot of stories about that today. I'll be showing you how they're pitching a new world order, how it's a good thing, and how great our relationship with China and Russia is right now. Very suspicious. Okay, federal carbon tax style. I'll look at that. Thank you. And a year after the swine flu scare of 2009, they admitted it was no deadlier than the regular flu. Thank you. All right.
Do you want to take this?
I will. Let me spray the keyboard in case I was infected by anything today. Not that I was.
I'm sure you're fine.
Yeah, we were very careful.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning and in my inbox there was a link my sister sent me. It was an article from the LA Times. Probably a scary article, but yeah, it was a little scary. But it was about our local area, one county over, but where I often go grocery shopping. And on March 10th, 60 members of a church choir said, hey, let's get together and sing. Now, this is before there was no known cases in that particular county at the time. Our schools were still open. They were going to shut down. They didn't shut down until the next week, a week later. But this, so, I understand that the choir members like, yes, there's a little bit of scare about COVID, but I'm going to be at church tomorrow and I hope to see you there and we're going to sing our hearts out together. Now, of those 60 members that decided to get together on March 10th, 45 of them have tested positive for COVID-19 now, and 2 of them have died. Also in the article, it was an LA Times article, by the way. Also in the article, there was some interesting research stated that some scientists, at first, scientists have said, oh, the virus will only go in droplets that come out of like coughs and sneezes, bigger droplets. And now they actually took the virus and put it in like a mist just to see how long it would float in the air. And it was like in a controlled environment, it was like 30 minutes that it would float in the air. They say, of course, in the real world, it would probably not be floating that long. But yeah, so it's a lighter, I guess, virus than they first said. Of course, I know some of you just think, oh, they're just saying that, and oh, it's not. The thing is, I would advise all of you to proceed with an abundance of caution. Don't assume it's not real. Act like it's real. But, you can hope that it's not and hope that everything's just fine. But take precautions as if it were real. Such as, washing your hands and those kinds of things are really important. Or using gloves or things like that. Sometimes you can scissor fight. Scissor fight thinks this virus cannot spread through the air. Well, they say it goes in droplets, which are going through the air into someone else. Yes, that's through the air. Oh my gosh. You think Netflix is the reason? Mad Dog thinks Netflix is the reason that we have this kind of virus. He thinks that they just kept showing movies like that, and that's why it happened. Scissor Fight believes that viruses have to be injected into you. Influenza is a virus. It's not all injected into everyone. Good job, Misanthropy. He already washed his hands 20 times a day before this thing. He's like, the rest of you, that's the problem. You just don't have proper hygiene. You've researched it for the past few weeks and you've decided that viruses have to be injected. What about HIV? That's a virus. It's not injected into someone. It spreads through bodily fluids. $149 mutations now, you're saying, Lil? And Misanthropy feels like everything caters to the liberal type. Whatever. I just feel, sometimes I feel like that people have their own beliefs and then they read things to promote their own beliefs. Not everyone is like that, but there are some people out there that are like that. This is late information. They claim Island County, the Department of Health in Washington still claims Island County has 95 cases, but actually Island County, as of yesterday's, claimed that they had 106 cases. But of course it says we're experiencing technical data difficulties with our data repository, which is used to update the visualization. So there's a delay in posting for today. Do you have to believe the government to keep a teaching job in the US? Okay, I will do some research too. Virus spread. How is a virus spread? Some viruses are highly contagious. We do WebMD or CDC. Why not? You say don't go mainstream media. That to me is like cutting off certain information to only believe what you want to believe. I believe if you're going to research, you can use mainstream information, mainstream media information, and other information. I think that's all in your head, Slickbone. I believe it, Reptoid. Reptoid hangs out with microbiologists who are saying the lockdown will last for 6 months and over 300,000 deaths will happen. That's very sad. I hope that's not true, but I don't doubt it either. This is from CDC, how coronavirus spreads. But they say we're still learning how it spreads. We're learning about the severity of illness it causes and to what extent it may spread in the United States. Person to person, it's thought to spread mainly from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another within about 6 feet, through respiratory droplets produced when an infected person coughs or sneezes. But this article today said their information could be a little bit different. You're laughing at me for looking at the CDC. Interesting. Paul Stiles, do you know what the problem is? So many lies scaring people. Can someone spread the virus without being sick? People are thought to be most contagious when they're most symptomatic, the sickest, but some spread might be possible before people show symptoms. There have been reports of this occurring with this new coronavirus, but it's not thought to be the main way the virus spreads. Also spread from contact with contaminated surfaces or objects. They can get it by touching a surface or object that has a virus on it and then touching their mouth, their nose, or possibly their eye. But this is not thought to be the main way the virus spreads. Some viruses are highly contagious and spread easily, like measles, while other viruses do not spread as easily. Another factor is whether the spread is sustained, spreading continually, or without stopping. It seems to be spreading easily and sustainably in the community. Community spread means people have been infected with the virus in an area, including some who are not sure how or where they became infected. Really? That's a long time to stay inside. Till October 1st? That's just a long time. Well, the virus has shown to live, or not live because viruses don't really live, but exist on a surface for at least 17 days without any people around. At least. Badger is working every day. Yes. Oh my goodness, misanthropy. I could see that happening. Different parts of the country are seeing different levels of the COVID-19 activity. The United States nationally is in the initiation phase of the pandemic. States in which community spread is occurring are in the acceleration phase. The duration and severity of each pandemic phase can vary depending on the characteristics of the virus and the public health response. So the CDC and state and local health laboratories are testing for the virus that causes COVID-19. All 50 states have reported cases to the CDC. All 50 states now. So Misanthropy said that in January, chloroquine was, the price doubled in America. And then France made chloroquine a controlled substance. Why do you know all this information nobody's speaking of? But chloroquine has side effects. Every drug on the market has side effects. Some more worse than others. I don't keep track of that information, Rodney. Super Dave is never in crowded rooms. That's good. These cases include imported cases in travelers and cases among close contacts of a known cause and community-acquired cases where the source of the infection is unknown. 27 of the 50 states are reporting some kind of community spread. Oh, interesting. Badger Waxer says the only difference between a poison and a cure is the dosage. Warfarin, for example, can be a great blood thinner, but can be also a great rat poison. There's travel health notices for each country. They have guidance for ships and managing and reporting ill travelers. Here's travelers prohibited from entering the U.S. Any travelers from China, Iran, European Schengen area, United Kingdom, and Republic of Ireland. If they visited any of these countries in the past 14 days, they may not enter the U.S. I have not seen that show, Tiger King, so I have no idea what you're talking about. You love prednisone and doxycycline. If you traveled internationally in the past 14 days, stay home and monitor your health. Take your temperature with the thermometer 2 times a day. You can have a temperature log. About 6 feet or 2 meters. Most people are able to recover at home without medical care. Oh, you're saying don't watch the Tiger King? It's disturbing in many ways. Yes, so you're right. COVID-19 has really tested the economy. It's about rich trailer park dudes and a chick. Oh my god. Like, don't tell me it's about like the Trailer Park Boys. I hate that show. Yes, I really do. Oh my god. Ugh. No, thank you. You plan on continuing with your normal daily routine? Do you care to share what is your normal daily routine? I'm kind of continuing with my normal daily routine, but I'm postponing my wake up. I've been sleeping in a little bit or staying up a little later. No, you're quite alive, 682. You go to work, you come home, you drink beer. That's your normal daily routine. And do you care to share what work you do? Well, or I'll just say I'm glad you're able to continue with your normal daily routine. Well, I might take a shower, bath tonight. That's a good idea. I have some pineapple bubble bath that I would use. David does not lay around all day. David does the show all day. All day. All day. But that's okay, because otherwise he would be just talking to me all day. So now he gets to talk to you. Well, pretty much, slow modes. And then he says, you know, something about, I don't know, he says something about if it doesn't make a difference. I'm like, it's your choice to do it. Like, it was your choice to expand it out to more hours. It's all your choice, David. Oh no, slow modes. For the last 2 weeks, David has extended his show. He starts at 11 a.m. Pacific, and he goes until 1 a.m. Pacific. So he does like 14 hours a day. I don't know. But, I mean, I'm glad that he has this show to talk to. Yeah, something. I have no idea. Just less sleep and I mean, I don't know how he does it. Granted, some of it is just playing videos, but a lot of it is live and interactive. Oh, good for you, Anita. You're right, Bangolitis. You are so right about that. Well, he's often in here talking and chatting, Misanthropy, so I don't think he's just playing videos. It's not like he plays a video and walks away all the time. A lot of the time he's in here chatting and talking and thanks, John. Well, I actually am not saying that. I'm saying I do like this show. I think it's good for David. Well, he doesn't record when he plays movies, so yeah. You just wanted like a fade from black? You liked having the show on in the background? Good. Maybe Bangolitis. I think I would probably be upset if David weren't on the show. I would not want to be here, because then he would be talking to me about all of his ideas rather than talking to you about all of his ideas. No, 645, never. That person's really into Connie. You're right, John. Not many people could or would do a show like David does without showing some form of monetary gain. That's true. If you came here early today, David was out doing some work. So I just told the person that you love Connie, yeah. Well, she and I are completely different people. Yeah, presidents do work a lot, so David is definitely up to the task. Where I would work, but I'd yawn. Yeah, true, Misanthropy. At least David has a productive hobby. True. No, John and Cage, really not interesting. Thanks, don't worry, be happy. I don't think you spooked me yesterday. That's just so weird. I can't even imagine that. Ugh. This face is like the disgusted face when I think of something. Oh, I gotta think of something else. Yeah, you know, that's true. I've watched a little bit of videos, but I haven't watched too much videos since I thought I'd be staying home and maybe watching more TV or something, and I really haven't. Hey, Another Brother, I love that Imagine song. That's one song I do like by the Beatles. Otherwise, I sometimes listen to too many Beatles and I'm like, please, I just want to listen to something else. Oh, God. Thank you. Have I checked any of the things off on any of the things on my bucket list? Well, I went back to Washington, D.C. I had always wanted to go back, so I did that. I think I'm good. I don't really feel like I need to go back to DC. I checked off a bunch of things on my bucket list. I got my master's degree. I won some very cool awards. I went to Washington, D.C. again. I'd gone like one day and saw like one monument before, and this time I spent some good time in it, and enough to say I don't necessarily want to go there again. I went and saw Mount Rushmore. That was really cool. I reconnected with my family, so that was good. Yeah, all those things were on my bucket list, I guess. That's true, don't worry, be happy. I think I'm finished with all the tourist stuff, so there you go. And I've stayed home for I guess a solid week. I went from last Tuesday to this Tuesday. Only gone out on Tuesdays. It depends on different members of my family. My mom I talk to almost every weekend, and now I talk to her like almost every day. Well, I don't talk to her like phone call, but I chat with her almost every day now. And then my other family members, some of them, it had been years, and I've reconnected with all of them, I would say. Yes, cranky beans. I suppose, yeah, I mean, I know, yes, speaking with your family is a good thing. David and Connie, I would say, have the same beliefs and the same sense of humor, which I don't have, which is fine. I'm just different. Who's my sister? Why would you get along with her? I mean, never mind. Maybe you would. Maybe I just don't see something. I just don't get it. I'm sorry your cousins and you fell out of communication. That's true. I don't communicate with my cousins and my aunts and uncles, really. I don't communicate with any of them. Just my siblings and my parents and all of that. So that's good. Oh, I think I was talking about David's sister. No, I have just as many educational accomplishments as Connie, and I value my master's degree more than, yeah.
First of all, that's not a conversation that is allowed in the show.
Oh, yes, we're not talking about that conversation.
You can't have personal conversations with Sarah in the show, Mad Dog.
I hope my farm is going well. My farm is going very well.
Thank you.
It is. I'm going to go work on my farm.
You're going to work on your spinach from your farm.
Sure.
I have some on the stove for you, along with a piece of pizza. Enjoy. Right now, I'm worrying more about antiseptic spray and making sure that all of you are disinfected. Yeah. You know, ever since I kicked my entire immuno capability, I mean, I realized I needed more immuno capability, so I boosted it up. And ever since I did, my entire histamine level increased. Now I kind of itch, you know. Have you been itching more? Has anybody noticed more itching? Press 1. Maybe I'm the only one. 1 is the loneliest number that I'll ever see. See, you got more itching. Psychobehavior has more itching. Slow modes is more itching. Itching is on the rise. 2 can be as lonely as 1, but the number 1 is the only one. No, I don't have any addictions at all. I just feel itchiness. Another brother's got more itchiness. I think there's something in the air. Yeah, I really do. Is it that hard for me to imagine that there might be something in the air when they're spraying chemicals on us? Is that too much to ask? When their plan is downright evil? Yeah. I don't trust what's in the air. Yeah, if they're going to modify the air and call out climate change and blame people and then tax people, that plan is downright evil, don't you think? No, you don't think? You gave up thinking? I don't blame you, really. Well, you know, Voltaire said in the work Candide, ignorance is bliss. So don't remember what I just told you. Yeah, so they don't have any Yeah, no test kits, only Q-tips, folks. When they said they're going to test you, they're going to stick a Q-tip all the way into your nose, into the back of your head. Isn't that nice? There's no test kits. Then they stick the Q-tip in a toaster oven of some sort. Takes 7 hours per Q-tip to decide if you're COVID-19 positive. And there's 60% of those positive readings that have been false positives. So chances are you're not COVID positive if you test positive. I would never sell an old Honda. I don't need money. Somebody said, Dave, it's like you're rich or something. No, I'm not. I just don't need a lot of money to live. I can pretty much hang out with my rice and bean collection and my collection of condiments I picked up at various fast food restaurants over the past 10 years, and I'd be fine. So I don't know why you guys need so much money. And you do realize this is an economic hit against our country, right? I know. It's bad. And these things are distracting. Somebody came in the show today, he said, man, could you stop that coronavirus thing? I'm out of here, man. I can't handle it. Yeah. Boss man, I look great. Are you kidding me? Am I okay? I look decrepit. You're funny. They're lying about everything. Are you wasting my time coming in here when I'm telling you the truth and they're lying about everything? I don't think anybody lives on $12 a year. Not even in Mozambique. $1 a day is all they can ever get in those countries. And now they won't be able to get anything. If we don't get our food aid together real quick, we're in trouble. Well, last night we pulled up footage of a very disturbing photograph of people waiting in line for food handouts in Pennsylvania. And they were like cars lined up 2-3 miles long just to get into the food bank to do a quick trip to get some food for their family. Our country is beginning to feel the pain of Donald Trump's shutdown. He didn't have to shut the economy down. Everything he's doing is all wrong. It's all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be in school. Look what they're doing in Las Vegas. They're putting people in squares. How dare you? They're putting people in squares, little spots. They're parking spots. They made parking spots for people to park. Now these people are alive, but their bodies will be dead soon, and they're just waiting to scoop them up with the forklift. So they're already waiting. I mean, it's almost like a temporary burial ground. They just space them out, say you've got to keep social distance. Social distance, by the way, is the precursor to death. You didn't realize alienation is the precursor to death? Look it up. Psychologists have been studying alienation for years. You're being incarcerated in your own home right now by a president with his head so far up his ass, he actually tastes his own shit. It's amazing. David, you cannot believe this. There are secret leaks. Senate Republicans are moving to cancel November elections in the interests of national security. I know. I heard about it. It's crazy. Hey, Mark, why do you love me? Well, don't answer that. I believe you do. I'm the person who comes bubbling to you every night from within the inner core and the inner sanctum of good. And I tell you all the good things that help you guys get through your tough day. That's why we opened the show up to what I consider a that's sick. You're a sick Photoshopper. What I consider this is like the shut-in show is like a filler for your day. So if you don't want to do nothing or other than watch video games, you can actually interact with other people and have a social life online, which we've been doing for the past 12 years. And frankly, I think you're very good at all of the things you're doing, all of you. The chat is moving very well. Thank you. Today it came up to a kind of a hiccup around 4:30, and I said, hey, if you're not going to chat, I don't even know why I'm here. But everyone was kind of like burnt out from watching all these endless shows featuring all the lies that we've been seeing left and right. It's a lie, lie, lie. Everywhere is a liar. We've got all kinds of worried people in the country. Now, our biggest concern is why Donald Trump lied and said he'd have 1 million to 4 million test kits, and now he says he's already tested 1 million people. Well, then publish their names. Or better yet, publish the names of the decedents. Trump won't publish the names of his decedents. He's hiding that too, which means we don't even know what the death count really is, and if they compare that against people that have died in nursing homes normally. All right, I'll get sick of anything you watch. We'll watch together.
My eyes have seen the glory of...
I can't imagine you putting that in our show. As you know, I am not in that political vein. I'm not an alt-right person. Even though QAnon leeches off our show for new ideas, I am not leading the QAnon group. You guys can come join me in the center, but don't go off in the far right and expect me to join you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to part 2 of our show. I think it kind of climaxed when we showed you Governor Cuomo's pierced nipples. That was what kind of took it over the edge. A lot of people got a little bit too confused being there so locked up in their house, frustrated, can't even touch their girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever. Everyone's social distancing, the alienation factor has become so great. And people are lying through their teeth about so many things in front of the media to make this seem that this is a real event, when in fact it's not even. This is a complete, utter psyops. Case in point, look at this woman.
Elevated temperature and then was sent home to self-isolate. He is one of the officers that was in direct contact with a COVID-19 patient last week. This is the gear officers are given before entering COVID-19 patients' homes: a mask, goggles, and chemical-resistant coverall suit. But union leadership says this isn't good enough.
You're asking these particular officers to definitely go into a confirmed situation of COVID-19. They should be swathed in head to toe, just like our sister agencies are, and they're not.
Here's what's happening. Judges are issuing official court orders demanding the patient quarantines at home or face criminal charges. Then the sheriff's department delivers the court order to the patient.
When they will be taking you out and putting you in a hospital permanently, and you'll never get out. Department of Justice, William Barr, little piggy himself, has decided to, guard his little pig fest. He wants to not only take away your rights, constitutional rights, he wants to keep you in a hospital, and it might even be a mental hospital, indefinitely. That's right. The DOJ wants to suspend certain constitutional rights during coronavirus emergency. They're using some pumped up theory that we're in an emergency right now to shut our country down and to take away our rights. This is happening right now, folks. We're right in the midst of what appears to be a constitutional coup by an inner circle of people run by oligarchs and extremely wealthy elitists. If you don't realize this is happening, I kind of feel sorry for you, because I've seen the handwriting on the wall for 12 years. That's why we've been running this effort to build a third party. Now, I don't know what I have to do to explain to you the dangers of a man like William Barr, who virtually had he had all kinds of connections with Jeffrey Epstein. He had to actually recuse himself from his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And now he won't even pursue any of Jeffrey Epstein's cases, even though they say that Jeffrey Epstein's alive when clearly he isn't. It's getting very complicated, isn't it? How are you going to survive this? Let's talk about that, because that's really what I need you to know. All right. Listening to Greta won't cut it.
How dare you continue to for more than 30 years? The science has been crystal clear.
No, the science has not been crystal clear. We are watching the air pollution happen above us on a daily basis, and we have to ask ourselves, what the hell are they doing? Also, what are they doing with the 5G network? I mean, we're looking here at chemtrails being dumped on our heads. Oh, we've seen them in planes above us. Here's the inside of a chemtrail plane. Look at that. That's where they put the canisters, and they even have hazmat systems, because if the canisters leak, it's toxic as hell. And then they dump them in the skies right through these nozzles in these airplanes. Yeah, there's a guy standing there watching the whole thing. Micro electromechanical systems. And these are very expensive planes, but they've been using these planes to dump these chemicals on our heads. Why are they doing that? Well, they basically own Russia and China completely. They have no problem, having control over those countries, but our country's kind of a problem. Now, as you know, they've wanted to depopulate the world for some time because they can automate everything with robots. So that leaves you nowhere. You're not part of their picture. They want you gone. So if they have to use these tools, which by the way are not tested for human safety, to do it, they will. Have you ever heard of Murphy's Law? Anything that can go wrong will. Well, there's something similar to that. Anything that anyone can do, if they have a means and a method, they'll do it. It's almost like if people are going to cheat, they're going to cheat. If there's a way to cheat, they're going to cheat. Well, these people have been cheaters since the 1500s, and they love to cheat. And they'll do whatever it takes to get rid of you. And I'm not saying Jacob Rothschild, but they'll get rid of you if you're in the way. And right now, you're in the way. Wow. Okay, while we're busy worried about the COVID-19, they're busy taking away your rights. Look at this. That's not the story I was thinking. Hang on. There we go. Okay, order and protocol for unsealing decided motions. Apparently Alan Dershowitz has been a busy little guy while we've been busy with COVID. So you're saying they managed to actually seal those documents? And Badger Waxer has something. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get you right on chart, Badger Waxer. Thank you. Apparently we're getting an attack right now, so we have to get rid of a few things. Hold on. Oh, really? Video of China? Okay, let me take a look. Okay, we were under attack, so I had to bring the sound back. Thank you. Badger Waxer, could you post that link again, please? Dave, what do you plan on doing? Well, Admiral, I don't have the answer to your question. You got a threat? Trump conservative estimates of 100 yeah, Trump said the conservative estimates are 100 to 2,000 COVID deaths. I don't think that's going to equate to a Social Security benefit for you or anyone. He's giving most of the money in the budget to the powerful elitists. We looked at the budget and we found out that 250 million people won't be getting any money at all. That's a lot. Most of us won't get any money at all from that 2.2 trillion. Planned outbreak. Okay, let's take a look. And yeah, Jeffrey Epstein case is being put into sealed materials according to Alan Dershowitz. He's already pulled that off. So he's managing to seal all the files. Thank you for that, Misanthropy. I'll look at that later.
Guys, go to Netflix. This movie was made in 2018. This is the movie, okay? Go to season 1, episode 10, okay? And go to 53 minutes. I'm gonna play it for you guys. Remember, this was made 2 years ago, okay? This is some fucked up shit we're about to watch right now, okay? What the fuck, man? Okay, and we continue. Listen to this. Listen to this. Watch this. What the fuck? What the fuck? This movie was made in 2018.
Okay. Lots of concern there. Thank you. I'll put that in my recorded file section tonight. Thank you. Wow. You couldn't hear it at all, could you? Yeah, I couldn't hear it at all either. I'd like to play it back again. But
It was made in 2018. This is the movie, okay? Go to season 1, episode 10, okay?
Okay.
And go to 53 minutes. I'm gonna play it for you guys. Remember, this was made 2 years ago, okay? This is some fucked up shit we're about to watch right now, okay?
자세한 건 좀 더 조사를 해봐야겠지만 변종된 코로나 바이러스입니다. 코로나면 혹시 메르스? 메르스, 사스, 감기 모두 동일한 바이러스의 유전 정보를 지닌 떼밀게 보는데요. 코로나는 호흡기 질환을 일으키는 대표적인 바이러스.
well, it won't really help you to hear that. So I'm just going to go. Suffice to say, yeah, they were telling this. They're predicting this. This is called predictive programming. The virus has been around since 2003. Our president refuses to talk about it. He refuses to call it a bioweapon. He refuses to tell people that they've found out that men are more likely killed 2 to 1 than women by it. That's disturbing. Yeah, we haven't had any confirmation from this president about that. We've been numerous people have said other things like O negative and O positive blood types are more resistant to this virus. Did you hear that from the CDC? No, you didn't. All this information, the fact that it's got up to eight variants that we know of, maybe as high as 40 mutations. You didn't hear that from the CDC, did you? Or what about the fact that it is unique to some viruses because it mutates due to its RNA, not the DNA itself. And the RNA is mutating on the fly, which means that you cannot make a vaccine for this. I repeat, you cannot make a vaccine for this. Top virologists have said the vaccine won't work because it's mutating on the fly. Okay, that makes it potentially dangerous. And if what that is true is 90% kill, that's like insane. Well, there is one variant of this particular virus which does have a really high kill rate, but not 90%. I've never heard that before. That seems like more scare tactics out of Wuhan. Now, we're not getting any solid results from the Chinese on how many people died. There's rumors that 50,000 farmers died north of Wuhan, and they cremated them already and put 50,000 urns out there. That's one rumor on the internet. I can't verify it, though, because China doesn't want to let anyone know. But the curve went up like this with China, and then, boom. No more deaths, 60 deaths in the past 2 weeks. That's it. Russia, 1 death, maybe. And then Vladimir Putin makes a big deal about getting into a hazmat suit yesterday, and it reveals this press release where he's standing 2 feet away from a doctor who's treating COVID patients in Russia. Now, you and I know, after knowing that we now have to stand 27 feet away from somebody who's coughing, if you're standing 2 feet away from somebody that's talking to you, there's micro particles coming out of your mouth in their face, literally. When you talk, there's micro particles blasting in their face. So here's Vladimir Putin standing next to the top doctor for a press release, breathing the same air as this doctor who could have very well be infected. That's how mindless this whole thing is. So they're mutating on the fly, these viruses. They cannot create a vaccine for it. I hope everyone's okay. I certainly hope Vladimir Putin didn't get that dangerous mutated virus where there's no vaccine for it. But he's standing pretty close, you got to admit. Fruit enzyme spray, yeah, I use it all the time, man. Now, if you come in here under a unique name, unfortunately, those are bannable offense now. Yeah, many of you who decide to come in under different names think it's funny and think it's funny to tie me up with all these different links you're giving me. The only ones I trust are the trusted link providers who've been here night after night, year after year. Thank you, don't worry, be happy.
Blood groups. Agglutinogens and agglutinins. Agglutinogens refer to the antigens present on the cell membrane of RBCs. A variety of antigens are present on the cell membrane, but only a few of them are of practical significance. Agglutinins refer to the antibodies against the agglutinogens. These are present in the plasma. Agglutination of RBCs can be caused by the antigens present on their cell membranes in the presence of suitable agglutinins.
Okay, well, let's get those suitable agglutinins and those antibodies together and let's have a party. Party! Yeah, let's try to build our immunity. What do you say, everybody? Build our immunity. But yeah, it's downright evil what they're doing. They could be spraying this stuff in the skies. We don't know. I wish I could verify, but I can't. Let's bring my header down here. This is what I'm doing to build my immunity. Vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, purified water. I'm building immunity that way. I'm mixing a little garlic with a little ginger and make a tea out of that with a little turmeric in my food. Pepper's good too. Don't forget a little pepper. I found out that turmeric locks into our system and works better with a little pepper on that food. So do put a little pepper when you add your turmeric. So all these things, along with getting your vitamin C up to about 2,000 milligrams a day, and a vitamin D pill every day if you can, zinc every other day. If you can't get zinc, try sardines or sunflower seeds. They have zinc in them, sardines and sunflower seeds. So Practical tips to build your immunity, okay, folks? I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm just saying, hey, keep trying. Don't give up. Total overreaction. Let's see, Pitoro.
Two dispatcher.
Go ahead.
Show me in a traffic stop, 50 front lane.
Roger. Traffic stop. 50.
Requesting a 15 on a white Lexus RX 350. License plate Adam 38711 AA 38711.
15 comes back to a white Lexus RX 350. Year 2009. Comes back to an owner of no priors, no outstanding warrants.
10-4 making contact.
Roger, 2 making contact. Any additionals?
You know, I'm going to pass on this because it's a 5-minute video. I'll play it later. Thank you. I really don't want to wait around to see somebody being shot by a cop tonight. Thanks, though. I'll play it for you. And it was January anyway. We're kind of focusing on the dated situation with our president, who's a babbling idiot. I know police brutality is something I'd like to address, but he won't.
Every community is making fundamental changes to how we live, work, and interact each and every day, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this going on long into the future when this virus is gone and defeated. Some of the things we're doing now will be very good practice for the future, including for not getting the flu, which is very devastating also. So some of what we're learning now will live on into the future. I really believe that.
Oh, it will. No question about it, Donald. What you're doing right now is going to destroy our country. It will live on in the future for sure. And where is Melania? Yeah. Where did Melania go? Did he beat her up again in the elevator? Is she okay? You heard about that story, you know, that Tom Arnold talked about. He said there's a photograph or a videotape of Donald Trump beating Melania up in an elevator. And he said that Donald Trump paid $500,000 to suppress that tape. That's what Tom Arnold said. And then the Secret Service went to his house and said, you know, roughed him up kind of, said, you better not say anything bad about the president. And then Tom Arnold never said a thing after that. He hasn't spoken a word since that day that, remember the Secret Service came to his house? I just wonder if that rumor was true. Why would he spread it? A letter from JFK Jr. to Biden? I don't remember that, no. I wasn't there. Well, they're pitching a lot of things right now. And unfortunately, the very people that are trying to do this are working for the U.S. government's inner circle, and they're in cooperation with Russian oligarchs. Unfortunately, right now, our government is being taken over from within, like I said earlier. Okay, this is JFK Jr. to Senator Joe Biden, a victim. Postmark, Worcester, Mass. Hearing handwritten, printed. You are a traitor and bearing the signature John F. Kennedy Jr.? What? I have no idea what this is. Regarding Joseph Biden, victim? 1994, what happened? Do you know the background of that misanthropy? Nobody was shot in this one, but some corrupt police department? Okay. All right, I'll play that too. Again, I don't really want to, see people being shot in my show, Pitoro.
Yeah. So what's up with that? Yeah, well. I mean, what's up with the lights? I'm just asking. Nothing. Back here too. Possible impersonation.
Okay, those drug busts aren't really the topic of the day right now, Pitoro. Our country's under attack by the New World Order, so I don't really think drug busts are really high on the list. You got a publication, Boca? NCBI, National Institute of Health. Okay, I'm looking at that. Sure. Alarming video of chemicals being sprayed on their citizens in China. Okay, thank you. Wow, look at this. Wow. Okay. Wow, this is exactly what Hitler did. Remember when Hitler fumigated all the Jewish people in the ghettos? It's like we're seeing Adolf Hitler reminded. The Trump administration is, yeah. It's a renaissance, really, for a lot of you Nazis who've come back and said, yeah, we will spray the people. They fumigate the ghettos, yeah. Unbelievable. Everyone was wondering how they were going to try to slip this in on us. The quick takeover. Yeah. And you add this deadly mix of chemicals and disinfectants, and you then add the Wi-Fi connections, which are now 5G. You've got a deadly combination of things. It won't matter how much garlic and ginger and vitamin C and vitamin D you'll be eating. You'll be zapped by their weapons of mass destruction.
现在全部就这个东东，就这个一堆够了。一直有大型消毒。
It's like my local cinema said, we'll be closing until life stops seeming like a bad movie. Okay, wife dies when petitioning for husband at the Hubei province in Tangshan. Okay, so this is now we're getting some film of what they're doing aggressively to stop this dangerous mutating virus that they can't make a vaccine for. And they will never be able to make a vaccine. Don't let anyone say that they can make a vaccine. You can't make a vaccine for something that's mutating with the RNA portion of the endonucleus and the S chain. Both RNA messenger units have been tweaked to the point where they'll split off and turn into any number of other mutations. Mankind finally messed with the wrong virus. Wow, that's wild. Talk about chemtrails. I guess they won't have to tell us that there's no reason to dump chemtrails on people when they're doing this, right? Well, how clever. Who doesn't want to disinfect everything that way? This is a nightmare, folks. Now let's look at something else more disturbing from Wuhan. You know, I'm more than convinced that there's still people dying over there and that China's covering it up. The question is, why are they trying to cover up?
通山县人民政府门口死了人呐，家里死了一个，家里死的是男主人，现在现场死的是家属，有没有人来管？这就是通山县人民政府啊！现在通山县人民政府门口啊，现在又死了一个家属啊！通山县人民政府没人管，没人理，有没有天理啊？
Okay, so let me get this right. Her mother just dropped dead and she was trying to help her mother? I am not anti-Semitic, of course not. I like Jewish people. Why? We're hoping people of all different races come into this party. I'm not in any way against anyone of any background. I'm not Jewish. I just don't support Zionism like Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I don't want to let Israel dominate our foreign policy. Jeff, we don't even know who you are. You just popped in and gave a link. You know, that tactic's not working anymore. You can't come in under a new name and just hang out like you. Pick up a better name. Your names kind of suck. I don't think you qualify either. Okay, let's get back to our room over here at iVlog, the Sensible Room. And by the way, you guys, if you haven't heard, you can go to our website, or my website, I should say, coolrock.com. Thank you. And you can pick up all the links you need now at coolrock.com. Yeah, it's fun, free, and private. Your experience starts with you ditching the ads. Just X out of the ad there. Authorize Adobe Flash and bring the show right on. You can ditch the ads anytime you want. You can move any box around or X out of a box if you want. Yeah, even this box right here you can X out of if you want. You can also access the web site Vaughn Live Chat and move it over to the side so you can access the chat over there. We've got a great button to Web Oasis here. This is a gateway to the internet. Fantastic doorway to all these wonderful learning opportunities, including online learning courses here. The thing shaped like a book. And an arcade to beat all arcades. And I don't make any money on this site. I just like it. And I don't make any money at all from anything I do online. I'm an online chatter. They added a couple games recently. Look at chess is there. You can play chess with a computer. Pinball is a favorite of a lot of people. Zombie games. There's driving games in here. Car Rush. Fun site. Okay, back to Cool Rock. You want to move things around, you can do that. Like I said, you can do anything you want with this space. So you say you like something down here and you want to pull the piano up here and you're going to set it right there. You can do that with your page. Yeah. You can leave me a chatnet message here, but your IP is recorded, so if you're going through a VPN, try a VPN. You want to play some music? We got a beautiful piano. We've got other fun stuff like a drum machine. Play interactively with a computer system. Nice. Pick a card, any card, shuffle the deck and guess the card. I'm going to pick a 9 of clubs. I was way off. 6 of hearts. Play the drum machine. Pick a different drum. Say you want the UFO drum. They've got lots of drums here. And you can go down here and actually interact with amazing croutons that offer a tremendous source of information gathering. And you can learn how to do three-dimensional drawing in the VR room right here. Yeah, and if that's not enough for you, you might want to actually check out the news from 3 different perspectives, left, right, and center, with allsides.com. So many patients dying. Doctors say New York City public hospitals reeling from the corona cases, but we don't see any of that in real terms. Yeah. And here you can find out about America with Explore the States. So a really fun site. Cool Rock is set up for all of you. If you don't like anything, X out of it and hit refresh, and it pops right back to square one. Well, that's right. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. And Cool Rock is there for you to actually contact our show at any time. We've got links at the top to live Corona news, which will take us to our new chat room called dlive.tv. Dave, someone copied my nick on Vaughn Live, really? Wow, okay. So there's no True Blue over here? There's a fake True Blue. Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that helped. See, True Blue 2020 said, say somebody copied my nick, and I just immediately alerted me to the bad guy. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down, yeah. I'm from an era when, back in the 60s, we didn't have many toys. I'm not kidding. Wrong. That's a different True Blue. His name was falsely. Yeah, he was impersonating the wrong one. No. There's another bad one too. I don't know about Meta eBay. You look a little bit weird, Meta. We're going to keep you on a short leash. All right, so Wi-Fi, 5G. Have we ever had any testing done on the 5G network? Well, we will be seeing some testing soon on human samples. You and your family. Yeah. Well, they're doing a test of the New World Odor, so yeah. This is a test of the New World Odor. This is only a test. They may very well have put a virus in the air, and they may be spraying it in the skies. Yeah, I know. I grew up with toys like blocks of wood. I didn't expect to see digital phones, computers. When I was a kid, I had no idea what I was really getting into. And I'm sure that's true with a lot of you people who are way old like I am. So, being I'm a very simple guy, I had to adapt as I moved forward. I mean, all I had for technology was the rotary dial phone. And I didn't even learn my phone number until I was 7 years old. I didn't even use the rotary dial phone until I was 7. Some of your kids are playing with tablets at 1 year old right now, going, you know? So there's a lot of things that are changing rapidly. And one of the things that hasn't changed over the time that we've been around is politicians are lying to you about everything. That's still the very same thing that's happening. Yes, I've heard about adrenochrome. Yeah, I heard that they're running out. That's why they're hauling people in at Planned Parenthood, aborted fetuses. That's what I read. I heard that Planned Parenthood has a patent on adrenochrome. Is that true, Jerry? Could you look that up for me? I see young kids with tablets. I know. It's kind of weird. And being I didn't grow up with all that technology, I don't have cataracts and brain tumors in my head like some of your kids are going to get in the next couple of years if you don't tell them to hold that tablet far away from their head. Did the government tell you that? No, they didn't. I assume most people who have cell phones attached to their head have a tumor growing in their head. I mean, that's what the scientific studies are showing. So if you're spending your time with a cell phone right here, you're probably growing a little tumor in there. You may want to, well, don't check it out yet, because right now the hospitals are filled with COVID, supposedly filled with COVID victims. But we all know that's not true. Yeah, we saw that link that Insane Canadian's friend brought us last night. We've got a lot of these links, folks. There's just no hospitals. They're not even busy. Even Elmhurst, we took a video tour of it. Elmhurst, the hospital, Trump said, "Oh, it's terrible. The body bags, I saw them all black, piling up." We never saw black body bags. They were orange and white in the videos we saw, Donald. I mean, what video are you watching? And then we were wondering, well, what about other hospitals? And one guy sent me this link all the way from Toronto, and he actually said, well, you listen to him here. Watch this.
Okay, so this is Tillsonburg District Memorial Hospital. This is one of the places where they said it was being overrun by COVID-19 patients. And we got 15 cars in the parking lot. It's pretty much empty, no ambulances, nothing. Complete lie. Nothing going on here.
And it's people like that that are out there in the streets sending videotapes to people like me, which I'm more than willing to play a videotape. If you got a local hospital in your area that has nothing going on, go ahead and send a picture, a 30-second picture of it. I don't care. But when you watch the news, they're hyping this whole thing about the cadavers that were... That was a joke. And this black guy was going, "This is for real, man. This is for real. This is for real, man." And this is what Donald Trump used to justify a basic quarantine for everybody in America. Some black guy taking a picture of two bodies on a and a bunch of equipment being loaded with a forklift. This is for real, man. Well, if it's for real, it is for real right now, because everyone's now dealing with the aftermath of having been locked in their house for 2 weeks, going on 6 weeks. Yeah, Donald Trump is he's playing the big Hitlerian card right now, pretending to be so great for our country. Oh yeah, he wants you to beg him for ventilators. That's what he wants you to do. Well, let's be clear. We're going to go to a scene over here where I am in my perfect place. In my imagination, I thought, well, my idea of a 1,000-mile fence, which came out in 2008, 2009, on our website, we said we want to build a 1,000-mile fence. I actually measured the distance needed. Then 2012 rolls around, and Michelle Bachmann uses my idea, which was already on the internet for 4 years. And then 2014 rolls around, Donald Trump says, oh, I'm going to build a 1,000-mile wall. Well, who's going to pay for it, Donald? Oh, we're going to have Mexico pay for it. No, Mexico's not going to pay for anything. Now we only have 133 miles built of a slat fence after 3 years, when we could have had this built in 2009 for only $1 billion. And we recently put this idea together with the containers, and we priced it out, and we could totally do this. So if we want to protect our country from the onslaught of infected people coming from the South America, we're ready, but we're not, unfortunately. Now, the big question that's running by everybody's mind is, why is this virus increasing in America and not in Mexico? There's a lot of inconsistencies here. Well, let me explain what's happening. This virus is whoa, yeah. This is a test. This is a test of the New World Order. Okay, let's remove the Wi-Fi, and we can even remove the lying about everything, because we know that. That's like a given. That's one of the precepts we built this third party on. I'm going to show you a couple maps, which I showed you the other night, but I don't know if you remember it, because many of you have too much fluoride in your system, so you can't remember anything except Greta.
How dare you continue to go for more than 30 years?
Okay, and we're going to get back to the the pictures of the maps here. We'll stay focused here. Hold on, please. Oh, did I show you your new real estate? Many of you already have a place here at the FEMA Walmart Center. In case you wondered, it's already being prepared. Yeah, so if you keep voting two parties, you'll have a place there. They'll have a cubicle in there for you next to the incinerator. All right. Yeah, we are in the midst of a PSYOPs. That's correct. Media panic is the first stage, lockdown, second stage, and the bioweapon, third stage. That's correct. All of this can be happening at the same time, independently, or all together at the same time. All together now, all together now, all together now. Can you say PSYOPs? Let's take a look at that map. Bingo. This is a map of the 5G field tests that are going on right now around the world. Why is 5G so important to these people? Well, there's some sort of a connection between 5G and this coronavirus. We're not really sure what it is, but when you look at the number of confirmed coronavirus cases and you measure it against the 5G map, notice the red states, because the blue are just considering 5G. Blue, like Mexico, they don't have a problem with the coronavirus, hardly at all. See that? But we do. China really does. Look at Mongolia. Funny thing is, Mongolia doesn't have any 5G systems installed there. Isn't that interesting? Consequently, the virus problem is low. Look at that. Areas like this, Eastern Europe, have very few flu cases, and they have very little 5G as well. They're just planning on 5G someday. Africa, Only a couple planned 5G locations, hardly any flu viruses. Look at that. And Greenland has none. You move to Greenland, you won't have any flu viruses. So there seems to be a correlation between 5G and the corona. Okay. I'm going to Africa, the motherland. Oh, hello, you are? Really? That's nice. Greenland's still looking good, yeah. So this is a combination of things. This is actually a variety of factors. The 5G network may very well be just rolling out and being tested right now. And when they test the 5G network and they end up zapping people, because that woman that fell dead right in her tracks, people just don't fall dead right in their tracks. And all these people for the past 2.5 months that have been dying, 3 months now, that have been dying as a result of brain aneurysms, which is not in any way indicative of the 5G network. Slightly different. Brain aneurysms are not connected to the 5G network that I know of, unless, of course, they're pushing electricity through their brain and then they fry their brain. Now that's possible, okay? I don't know. True Blue may very well be, having a problem. We don't really want to make the show about True Blue, though. That's not the goal. This new disinfectant I made is really great. It's all natural. I made it with black tea and a little shot of witch hazel and a little shot of aloe vera and a little shot of lemon juice. And man, it's so refreshing. It's my alternative to the fruit enzyme spray, which I still have with a Fountain of Youth water. It's a new formula for antiseptic, but I didn't use the Fountain of Youth water because I'm saving that. I only have about 50 billion gallons of that, so I want to save it for the rest of my life, assuming I live 1,000 years. You need more than a shield. Captain America won't even help you. You need glasses that wrap around your face like this. Do you get the witch hazel from American Distilling? Yes, I do. I use the original witch hazel. It's a brand. It's called Witch Hazel. It dates back to the 1890s. Yeah, they're an amazing company. But I use these wraparound glasses to protect my eyes and soft tissue like my, mucous membranes. I'm wearing carbon plugs right now through my nostrils, so I don't really breathe the air you breathe. My primary index take in oxygen and use it during the hydrogen separation process, which powers up my main fuel cells. Okay, you wanted to talk about something. It's Truth Tuesday, so the truth is we're being screwed right now. Our rights are being taken away. We can go into detail as to how it's happening, but it's happening. The only difference between getting screwed this way and getting screwed in reality is you usually have fun when you're getting screwed. This isn't fun at all. Your rights have been removed as well. Many people think that I am Jim Carrey after his failed career and depression, and he had facial reconstructive surgery. There's a lot of people that believe that. Although I was doing this way back in 2008 and can prove it. Whereas Jim Carrey was involved with a woman and giving her herpes at the time. So, unlike Jim Carrey, I never did that. I don't have STDs, nor do I have the history of remembering such a horrible thing. Poor guy. Well, he lost himself. He stopped being Jim. It got boring. How would you like to be talking through your ass all the time and think people thought you were a pet detective when you were really kind of boring? There's a story about Jim Carrey. It's very weird. He's one of those Hollywood kids that got in that whole world of Hollywood kid stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize this, but he and various other actors, Corey Feldman obviously they were involved in that Hollywood kid thing. You know what I mean? You're talking about? Anderson Cooper. Oh yeah, of course Anderson Cooper was he was groomed to do what he does. He didn't even go to college. He went to an internship in high school at the CIA. There are no live cams of Wuhan, Bengalitis. Yeah, they cut them all off. They don't want anyone to know how horrific the whole thing is. China's lying about the whole thing. We do know that China's lying, Russia's lying, and Donald Trump is lying. We know that. So you take all three liars, China, Russia, and Donald Trump, and you've got the New World Odor. That's the odor you're breathing every day when you smell the air around you. It's a stench, Mr. Anderson. The stench of humanity. Mr. Anderson. We can deal with it. So as I was saying, we're doing everything we can to maintain a continuity of the show, and one of the best ways that I have to make sure that these shows roll out every night on YouTube, even though we've been gang stalked by many people and our live show has been shut down, is I upload these shows every night. And what I do is I cut them together, because whenever we get attacked, I sometimes have to piece that piece together with the other one. So if there's any cut marks, it's because oftentimes our show is attacked by people that are paid trolls to attack us. So bear in mind, this is an ongoing effort to bring you the truth. Now, being they're lying about everything, and we're exposing it every night, the constant effort that we have to keep this thing rolling has kind of given us an opportunity to build this third party. And being I'm offering 14 hours of nonstop fun for all of you, I don't see how you can turn this down. It's like a great opportunity just to hang in there. So when you have nothing to do in the show, come on in and participate in our show and share. Paid, they are, not in laughs. You guys are paid good money to do this. And if you're not, you're an idiot. There are people that do this all the time. Hey, check this out. They're making these air masks that many people think are like sanitary. They're making them in sweatshops. Look at this. They're rubbing their feet with them. They think that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, this is funny. Does that piss you off or what? Yeah, that's part of this is a test of the New World Order. That's correct. This is only a test. For the next 6 weeks, our country will be tested to the extent that we will wonder if we even have an economy left after this Nimrod president of ours shuts down a nation. Can you imagine shutting a nation down with our incredible economy simply to allow some nutcase to pretend like there's a big, huge series of deaths going on in New York right now? I mean, is this Andrew Cuomo's time to shine or what? Now, this picture was taken earlier. I showed you earlier in the show, but this is unbelievable. I mean, this guy acts like he's in the front line. He might be in the front line of a strip club. I don't know, because this guy is piercing his nipples. Yeah, I'm just wondering what's going on with this Andrew. I mean, is he dealing with the problem his brother Chris currently in COVID-19 isolation? Did he want to get his nipples pierced because this is what he's doing? I mean, and you're saying, oh, that's really rude for you to comment about his nipples, Dave. Well, seriously, we got Donald Trump, a known pervert who allegedly had at least 2 extramarital affairs and then didn't even apologize or repent, an unrepentant, self-admitted adulterer who paid off Stormy Daniels and others $450,000 to hush money, versus Joe Biden, another man who's been known to touch women indecently and children. And then you got Andrew Cuomo, who's got these pierced nipples. I mean, where is the end to this decadence? When will we end the decadence? Japanese Vice Prime Minister says WHO should be renamed Chinese Health Organization. Good point. You know, WHO wouldn't even acknowledge Taiwan the other day. We showed you that woman who was trying to reach Taiwan, or reach WHO regarding Taiwan. They won't even recognize Taiwan, like they don't even exist. Who is so deep up China's you-know-what? They're afraid China would be upset if they even mentioned or even paid homage to Taiwan. Japanese Vice PM says WHO should be renamed Chinese Health Organization. I like that. That's great. He's a pro-Taiwan advocate. Taro Aso had some harsh words for the World Health Organization and its compliance with Chinese Communist Party propaganda on Sunday. Good job, man. Congrats.
Pro-Taiwan Japanese politician Aso Taro blasted the World Health Organization for bowing to China and excluding Taiwan.
Speaking to Japanese lawmakers, the Deputy Prime Minister said the WHO should change its name to the CHO, or China Health Organization. He said being excluded from the global health body, Taiwan was driven to become a world leader in combating the coronavirus.
The coronavirus pandemic has led to the postponement of the 2020 Olympics in Japan. Speaking in Japan's parliament, the country's deputy prime minister leveled fresh criticism against China.
これはもうドロドロした話ですよ。前の事務総長。覚えてね。
Although the details are murky, the WHO's previous director general was a Chinese national, and at the time, there were complaints all around. And now, at least, the petition has gathered 300,000 signatures, or rather 500,000 signatures. People think the World Health Organization should change its name. It shouldn't be called the WHO. It should be renamed the CHO. This appeal is truly resonating with the people. The Japan official took issue with former WHO Director General Margaret Chan, charging her with inadequate accountability. He said the current Director General was no better for giving in to China's spin about the coronavirus. Early on, if the WHO had not insisted to the world that China had no pneumonia epidemic, then everybody would have taken precautions. The WHO, which is a global organization, does not even include Taiwan. And then precisely because Taiwan is not a member of the WHO, it becomes a world leader in fighting the epidemic. Then, after that statement is made, the CCP jumps out to correct it. It says Taiwan is a region, not a country. Aso had once said that Taiwan, in various ways, is a country that shares common values with Japan. He's regarded as a member of the pro-Taiwan camp in Japanese politics. Amid the pandemic, he's turned to China with a critical eye, questioning its claim that the virus was contained and insisting on using the term Wuhan virus.
Oh, thank you. And we're doing everything we can bring across the globe to give you a good show, everybody. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that we have a safe show for all of you. And we have Sarah, the expert on safe internet communication, for you tonight. Yeah. So let me just do a little banning before we get the show going here. Yeah, I've already done a few bannings already, but yeah.
He's been in before.
He's been in before, okay.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
All right, Sarah's going to handle it from here on in, but I'm going to go have a little bite to eat, and you guys can enjoy the rest of the show with Sarah, and I'll be coming back to do the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock segment. And in case you didn't know, folks, we are doing a 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. show. That's a 14-hour show every day, and I'm on my 16th day today.
I don't know how you do it.
I know. I'm a marathon broadcaster, but part of the way I do it is because there's so much information that we need right now that we can't exactly ignore it. And that's why we're doing it. Thank you, Rico. All right, so Sarah is essential here. You notice how we're talking in different spaces. I saw a clip of Vladimir Putin talking to his COVID health minister who'd been working around COVID patients. And the COVID minister was talking 2 feet away, and they were in direct contact. Their faces were like this. And I was going, oh my gosh, Vladimir Putin could be cross-contaminated, because this thing can fly out of your mouth and go 12 feet across the room and contaminate somebody.
I told you about the singers, yes.
Yep. And Sarah, we heard about, the 47 church members recently were...
45 out of 60 choir members were diagnosed with COVID-19, tested positive for it. 2 of them have died since then.
Wow.
They, And they practiced together on March 10th. I should probably be back here because David was talking up there. Anyway. Who is it you want to be banned, Meta Nemesis? Is it Meta eBay or what? Daryl, can you calm down? Daryl and True Blue. I wonder if there's two Daryls. One with another L or something? I don't know. The Vons are allowing more clone names. I'll do that unless there's another Daryl in here. Daryl and his brother Daryl, and anyway, is the one with one L. True Blue, and who's trolling you, Daryl? I don't know. You should set the chat to confirm names. Oh yeah, I could do that. If it becomes a problem, I'll do that. Thank you. Down the rabbit hole. Down the rabbit hole. Alright, hello G Night Cloud if you're there. Can't decide if that's one. Doesn't Meta Nemesis have a capital letter? Yeah, so let me get rid of this one. Sorry. Oh, that's weird. When I click on them, I can't tell which one's which. Hopefully this one's not banned. Okay. I don't know now. See, that's weird. Because, oh good, you're not, okay, Meta Nemesis, I banned you, and then I unbanned you because they were doing something with like a capital letter and a lowercase letter, and then it's very weird, because then when I ban, it's like all lowercase. I'll ask Meta Nemesis what he wants. I'm working on it, Pitoro. Maybe you should be like you and use a better font. It's easier to edit the CSS. I did not ban Meta. His messages were not purged. Okay, good. And Meta EB and Meta eBay. The double accounts. Oh, so crazy. I think you both are the same person, but it's called cloning. I know they could. Don't give them ideas, Trump Tardigan. The big or small M or M shouldn't matter, but it does. I know, Meta Nemesis. Strange. I'm pretty good usually. Oh, I'm sorry, Albino. Well, David decided to just ban anyone who had an odd username. I'll unban that one. That's a pretty funny name. Harmless dumb person. But you can't be that dumb because you spelled the word dumb correctly. Ah, okay, at least we can laugh about it. Do I have any coins from 2020? Not yet. 2020 coins, not yet. It was all quiet because everybody was banned last night. Edit me, yes. You have 2 2020 dimes? Nice. I'll let you know if I do get a 2020 coin. It's, yeah, you're right. It's cool to have as a turn of a decade. What did I did tell you guys one time I was like looking at my coins and my quarters and I'm like, I think this one's silver, David. And I found a silver quarter in my regular quarters. Anita somehow got banned a little while ago. Aww. What is her name? Something Soul Child? The year, I have it right here actually, I left it here. It is a 1951. Oh, it even sounds like silver. Yeah. Are you it was EB, not eBay? Oh, he had to restart the show after Soul Child something, whatever her name is, restarted the... Wait, I redid that. I did that one wrong. I gave it to David, don't worry, be happy. I knew it was valuable. No, I don't. It is not worth 10 grand. No. It might be worth $10. Maybe. That would be kind of cool, considering it's just a quarter, but... Mad Dog, now would be a good time to pretend you are somebody pretending to be you. It is depending on condition. Where are you getting your information from? $1951 Washington quarter has an estimated the value isn't at like $5. One in certified minted state MS Plus could be worth $52. I really want to watch your video. I kind of don't. As like a minted state is $52, not $1 million. It's just a quarter. Chill out.
This is a beautiful country, and I'm a person who thinks
Alright, I left it Patoro. David can watch it later. I don't even know if you're the correct Patoro. I thought Patoro had 2 R's. But maybe you are. You're a long-time viewer. If this is not over in May, how will I feel? I'll feel fine. I don't think I'm gonna be sick. I think I'm gonna be like, yep, I knew it was all about trying to control climate change and go to a digital currency. Well, wait, actually, that wasn't me saying it was going to a digital currency. That was misanthropy. But I knew it was them trying to control climate change. I'm gonna just chill out and grow some vegetables and it'll be okay. I have decided in this last week that it's alright if I just, like, as long as I have my social media, I can be a homebody. Wait, well, I gave it to David, so you're gonna have to buy it from David, Edit Me, not me. Just wait. You can't wait until Sarah is forced out of her home and sent to a camp. That's nice. Never was, never will be 182. I did see 12 Monkeys, but I didn't think it was to help with climate change. True Blue, chill. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe I'll do that. 1542. Our Waters, chill. Oh yes, that's true. I do remember about the activists trying to release the virus and to save the environment. I don't make fun of you, but I don't think I make fun of you. I just don't believe it. Wow, Ivan. Interesting. I did not see that. Okay, Sarah, we'll see. We will see. And maybe I'll say, oh, I guess David and Edit Me were correct. I teach. What is your profession? Do you work at the Vatican? I do like tulips. That's how I feel, Slow Modes. You and me. We feel the same. I agree with you about the chloroquine being essential medicine. Yes. Are you saying it's not? Wait, what? I'm confused with the chloroquine. I told David I could handle it. Thanks, Destiny, for the information. Oh, I see. No. I gotcha. I think the liberals were saying, well, never mind. Some liberals probably got it all twisted because Trump was saying it's good, and then the liberals said it's bad, but the fact is it's good, but it doesn't mean like just an average, oh, I don't have any symptoms, I should go get chloroquine. No, they are using it for treatment with people with severe cases because it has side effects, like heart-related side effects. Yes, I can save your thing for David. Political satire patriot, JPEG. No, whatever. I'll save it for David even though I don't agree with it. That page does not exist, your image. Of course you should, yeah, you definitely should not look at the ingredients of everything in your house, and if it, yeah, don't drink chloroquine. It should only be prescribed by a doctor. No, I do not like grapefruit. Sometimes I can eat what's called a Texas Ruby Red grapefruit, sometimes. But grapefruit just has a weird taste to me. Like, I really also, I hate, yeah, I can say hate. I really do not like, or I can even say, I don't like cilantro. Unless it's in salsa, I guess it's okay in salsa, but cilantro, ugh. It tastes like dish soap to me. My sister says it doesn't taste like dish soap to her, and she loves cilantro. I'm like, really? But it tastes like dish soap. I don't know. Thank you. Some person saw chloroquine was an ingredient in his fish tank cleaner, and he's like, oh, I'll take this. And didn't realize, well, one, you probably shouldn't take chloroquine unless your doctor prescribes it to you, and two, there might be other things in your fish tank cleaner that you shouldn't take. You love working out at the gym and you can't. You can work out at your home. You could do burpees and squats and crunches, and you could. I haven't, but you could. Well, I've done a lot of dishes, so that's true, Sosadi. It is imposter troll night, apparently. Your arms and legs are getting bigger, so you're proud of yourself. Nice. Hasn't happened yet, Trump Tardigan. They're all just targeting one person, sadly. Ugh. Man. Okay. Tomorrow I think I'm going to make phone calls and I might work on assembling packets to use one probably in September, but that's alright. And then, but I won't do that. I will do anything for you, but I won't do that. I could sew face masks. I have other things to do right now, Cranky Beans. Like purging people, banning bad trolls. Ivan the Terrible says, you know, Sarah, how you guys see Cliff's really small now? You feel normal now. Thanks. Don't worry, be happy. It's nice to see you too. Chat with you, even with the trolls are trolling. Oh, no thank you, Simps. That's pretty funny. Oh, yeah. I like that. The Filter Pocket face mask. I did watch it. It would be lovely if you stopped the trolling. Oh, I think I remember duct tape. There was lots of spinach and Brussels sprouts at the grocery store today, but all the chips and chocolate were gone. Aww. I actually did buy some broccoli from the grocery store today. Frozen broccoli. And I also did, I asked David, do you want to buy some Brussels sprouts? There you go. Well, never mind. I'm just around David, so it must be that. That's what it is, Rodney. Yeah, all you had to do was ask, Slow Modes. Ask and you shall receive. You did an unban all last week? Okay. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Sorry it wasn't fast enough. Ah. Do I have an OnlyFans? No, I don't have an OnlyFans. I don't really have any fans. I have some heaters. But no fans. Ivan the Terrible, you're going to start using... Oh, your calves. Yeah. Can you believe it's been that long? Has it been that long? Sometimes, Joseph, and so do Brussels sprouts, but they're good for you. Okay.
Thank you.
I've been having to ban all these people who are attacking True Blue. Thank you, True Blue, for hanging in.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yes, you are right.
Good, we had our secondary backup chat room he went to, so we could communicate with him.
Oh my gosh.
That's not supposed to be there. David, I would take better care of her than you. Wow. You would? How could you give her back rubs every night? And make her dinners?
Sorry, I didn't see all of those.
Yeah.
I
Victoria's
was just
good.
I was trying to get all the ones that were attacking True Blue, not all the ones that are like, Sarah, Sarah.
Yeah, massive 3-alarm fire in the Bronx. That's got to be good for social distancing. Nothing better than a fire to help with social distancing. My goodness.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
I'm watching a show and doing my laundry.
Oh my goodness. Well, enjoy your show and enjoy your evening. My goodness.
It's a lot.
Yeah, well, you got the power. You've got the power. You've got the power. You know, fill your own time, your own space, free will, free Netflix, whenever somebody else has it. If you don't have it, try to find it somewhere else. You're convinced Dave has 7 wigs for every day of the week? Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, this is my real hair. It's 3-dimensionally sculpted. My hand appears to be moving it, but dimensionally it looks normal, like your hair. Science has gotten very good at developing CGI to look just like humans. Pixar is one of the most amazing animation studios in the world. I got a little scratch here. You know what I love about the fruit enzyme spray is, like, you can get that rush of a day spa, and you can feel like you're out there in the coolest sauna in the world with all the most perfect environment, and it made me the right people too. And then you'd give yourself that rush, and it just feels so good. Wow. Sometimes you have to soak in the space you're in. You know what I mean? Kind of enjoy the place you're in, and that's what you guys are doing in the Endless Shut-In Show. Endless Shut-In Show. Hey Dave, have you seen this awesome? I can't watch any videos, Steve. I'm so sorry. It's a bannable offense to post things here. Unless you get approval to post things, don't post things, or it's a bannable offense. Unless, of course, you're one of the regular chatters and I know you, you know me. I don't know, edit me. No, you're not allowed to come in here and talk about porn. It's a bannable offense. You are not allowed to engage in racism. It's a bannable offense. State of New York. True Blue, you are not in the right place. You're in the wrong place. How many screen names does Sissy... What? Rodney. God, you're falling apart there, buddy. Did you guys work out a deal on 4chan to come in here and hose our room and keep us from talking about politics? I'm glad the Japanese premier talked negatively about World Health Organization and what they did. They treated that Taiwanese woman as though she didn't even exist. Yeah, and I'm very happy with the Japanese Vice Prime Minister. I mean, I was impressed. Thank you. But I don't need to look at the chat and that at the same time. And this freaked me out when I saw what China and Wuhan is doing. I'm beginning to think it's a lot like a bioweapon. Every time we breathe, it's a little bit like a bit of smoke and dust. It's a bioweapon. Check it out. They're really just dustifying everything. Cleanse the street of the evil virus. Well, the American police have been pretty rude. Redonky. Yeah. But abolishing the American police? No. Modifying them? Yes. Making sure that they maintain a steady balance of good, honest people with tough guys, but not to the point where they're brutal, you know? I don't mind police that are stern and good at their job. I do have a problem with them overstepping their bounds and hurting people unnecessarily. Abolishing the police should not happen, no. I mean, if you're an anarchist, maybe you might want to join the libertarian the movement. The libertarian movie, too. We need a RoboCop. Well, maybe you'll have one someday. The idea of having a robotic service at your disposal would be great, as long as you had control over that being and it wasn't controlled by some greater corporate cabal, like the current group that's in charge today. Howard Stern police? No. They would be talking about, like, sex police. They would say, you're not allowed to talk about anal sex. Howard Stern would be arrested in that world. According to the CDC, look it up yourself if you doubt. What? China, they have lied about what their totals are? I don't like communists, no. Are you hosing us over there too? Okay, we got you. Dave, this is what the idiot Governor Cuomo comments, says people who are pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and pro-traditional marriage have no place in the state of New York. You're kidding me, really? So Andrew Cuomo said people who are pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and pro-traditional marriage shouldn't even live in the state of New York. And Andrew Cuomo is the guy who has pierced nipples? Okay, now I'm beginning to understand what's going on here. So Andrew Cuomo, who appears to have pierced nipples, I mean, this hit the news today, and I don't know, it's been all over Twitter. I haven't tweeted his nipples. But look at those. Appear to be, yeah, exactly. You don't, no, it's unmistakable. Now, I'm not going to talk about his sagging man boobs, but I will talk about the fact that the man has pierced nipples. Now, that being a very unpresidential notion, puts him up there with Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, I would probably guess he and Ocasio-Cortez could probably make a perfect pair. As the, hey, if they want to run, go, whatever, I don't care. It could be Andrew Cuomo and Ocasio-Cortez against me and myself and maybe the next nicest person I've ever met. But I don't know what the big deal is, Dave. You know, people in New York get pierced nipples. It's not a big deal. You're making a big deal about it, and it sucks. Okay? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, not him again. I can't go back to him. Oh, or him either. Some of these, like, mainstream media people, it just, you get that creepy, are you an Illuminatist psycho or what? Now, this lady lost her mother in Wuhan, and no one would come to help her. And this was one of the earlier videos. I saw this a while back, and it made a lot of people think, gee, why are people dropping like flies? You have not been allowed to come in here, Howard. You have been removed. How to make a no SEW, a do-it-yourself quick and install? Okay, let's take a look. I didn't want to look at that woman laying on the ground anyway. Yeah, pierced nipples. Unreal. You bend me and I'll be right back in. Here's a do-it-yourself face mask made out of somebody's diaper.
So to make the facial mask, you're going to need 2 sheets of paper towel. I'm just going to be using the Bounty Select A size. You need some aluminum foil, a sheet of paper. I'm using loose leaf paper, but you can use computer paper or any sheet of paper just lying around. A pair of scissors, some masking tape, or you can use duct tape, clear, transparent tape. Any type of tape is going to work. And something to make holes with. So you can use a hole puncher if you have one of those. One of these needlepoint tools. You can use a knife, a pen, anything that you have lying around. And 2 large rubber bands. But if you don't have large rubber bands, that's okay. You can use smaller ones too. And all you have to do is kind of loop them together like this to make a larger rubber band. So already you can see I have 3 rubber bands, and it's, you know, about the size of this large one here. So we're going to start off with 1 sheet of Bounty, and I'm going to take my sheet of paper and lay it right on top of this Bounty here. And I'm going to fold it up so that it is, you know, maybe a centimeter or ½ an inch or so above the bottom of the paper towel. And then take a pair of scissors and cut it to size. So we got our sheet of paper, place it right on top of the paper towel like this. Next, we're going to grab some aluminum foil, and the aluminum foil is just going to help.
This is like a 7-minute video. I mean, my God, can't we just speed this up a little bit? Adjusting settings, Dave. Playback speed, 2 times speed.
To shape the paper towel so that it, you know, sculpts to the shape of our faces. So I'm going to take some of that. I'm going to lay it right on top. fold it in half again, and maybe even once more. So now we have a strip of aluminum foil. I'm going to place it right on top of our loose leaf paper and then fold down the sides like this. So now let's do the same thing to the bottom. So I'm going to take some more aluminum foil, fold it in half again, in half once more. Place it down, fold the sides over. So now I'm going to take a little bit of my tape and I'm going to tape the aluminum foil down.
Okay, we'll take a momentary pause here in the video because I just want to take a break and address a question that came in. Hey Dave, why even do this when we know that coronavirus is a hoax, dude? Well, they are lying about everything. I agree with that. I do. But they're also not telling you that it's a bioweapon. I am. So, I don't know. You may want to be a little concerned about the very fact that we've got things going on in the world that go beyond your comprehension. Okay? I've been bringing up issues like 5G, RFID. Yeah, I'm the guy. That's right, David Sponheim. These things that they're implementing right now in our environment have never been tested for human safety, dude. Yeah. And they've been pulling the wool over our eyes all these years, and we're like, dude, I thought like 4G was like human safety tested, man. No. Some people are really out of it right now.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, totally. Like, why does, like, Michelle Obama have, like, a penis, you know? It's like, this is totally weird, you know? It's like, for sure, I didn't know that this was, like, really happening, you know, dude? But it really did. They, like, totally lied to us. The Obamas totally fraudulated us, you know? Because I'm, like, staring right at some of these, like, penis and testicle, you know? It's, like, really disturbing, you know? And look at Ellen DeGeneres. What's her trip, man? Yeah. That's the deal. If we aren't aware that these things are not tested, then they could easily be turned into a weapon. If they're willing to put Michelle with a penis in the White House as a first lady, and you believe she was his first lady, well, let's be clear. Michael and I Michelle and I are involved in a very complex relationship. Come on, they're more than willing to dump chemicals in your head, and how do we know those chemicals aren't the bioweapon? Yeah, now you know why we need to build a mask, okay, dude? Okay, man, I want you to live, man. I don't want you to, like, burn out. Well, you're probably burning out on meth anyway, so, but you're going to burn out faster with breathing a bioweapon than meth. All right.
So now what you want to do is you want to
Whoa, I was like, whoa, she was like quiet for a long time, man.
find the center point. It doesn't have to be exactly the center, but you're going to fold it up. And you're going to go a little bit above the center line like that. And then you're going to leave a little bit of space here, so maybe half an inch, and then you're going to fold it right back down. So now from the side, you can see we have this little zigzag Z fold going on here, the accordion fold. So now we're going to grab our other sheet bounty, place it on the table, and then take this first one and flip it around. Now let's fold down the sides of this one, like this. And then fold the bottom up. Take some masking tape. Tape it down. And do the same thing on this side. So So this is the center where your nose is going to go, right? Just gonna fold it back and do a little zigzag like this. So see the little Z here? Fold it back. We're making a little trapezoid shape. And you might want to put it up towards your face to make sure it fits. And once it fits, and you know it fits well, you're just going to tape that down as well. And we're going to do the same thing to the bottom. So we're going to flip it around, and this is going to be for your chin. So you're going to fold this back like this and do a little pinch. Do the same thing here, fold it back and do a pinch. So now we have that trapezoid shape that we're looking for. And tape it down. So now all that's left to do is to punch holes on the side and add our rubber band. So you can fold this back like this a little more if you want some more reinforcement. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to fold it down here, tape it down again. And I do know this uses a lot of tape, but I'm just using a lot more than needed really, but you can use less. Tape it down like that. Fold this down over like this, and then tape this down. And now we're going to take our hole puncher or knife or pen or whatever you have lying around, and we're going to punch a hole right at the top here. And then one right here. So now we have our 4 holes. Now we're going to grab our rubber band. We're going to loop it through. Go like that. And of course, you're going to put this against your face and measure how long you need the rubber band to be. But I know that I just need 2 of these right here. And then you're going to tie these 2 together. And again, if you don't have long rubber bands, that's okay. You can use shorter ones and kind of make it to the size that you want. And now your facial mask is done.
Oh, I'm so glad my facial mask is done. Wow, that was exciting. Wow, that sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? Thank you. All right, so we were under attack during that fast forward moment, but you learned something, right? Thank you. We have full control over the chat room.
I've got a funny video I want to show you. It cracked me up when I first saw it. I showed it to my wife and she laughed too, so I want to share it with you. It was sent to me by the mother of a 5-year-old fan of my model train videos in Wisconsin, and it's a takeoff on a video that I did about my model.
I don't care. If you can't tell me what you're going to do in the first 8 seconds, it's not worth it. You could use a bra, Bumby. Yep. Hold on, please. I have to bring in my alternate self. One moment, please.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount. And we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon.
Yeah,
which is
amazing. It's very amazing. It is really, and I still have that car. It's brand new, practically. So I'm hoping you're enjoying your evening. We've got a call here. Hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, Jack. Go ahead. What's your question? Oh, okay. What was the name? Okay, thank you. Let me unban you. Absolutely. Okay, connect and enjoy. Okay, you got caught in the shuffle there, man. I'm unbanding connect / enjoy. Okay, there it is. Good, love it. Thank you. And anytime you have a problem, if you've been banned, folks, accidentally, like connect _ enjoy, call me up. 707 your ATP. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right. Any of you have a problem ever during my attack period when I'm under troll attack, just call me up, 707-YOUR-ATP. Or URATP. We're losing money all over the place. Trump is bleeding us out right now. And they're lying about everything. Yeah. I mean, those test kits were just Q-tips, folks. Yeah, no test kits, only Q-tips. Okay, I will.
Folding at home is nothing new. It's a distributed computing project whose goal is to use the idle computation.
Here's how you can find a cure for COVID-19. Well, great. As long as it's not a vaccine, you guys are on your way. I'll play it later. As you know, there is no way to create this vaccine. The reason is it used an RNA messenger unit to replicate and mutate. And in the process, it made a variability factor of a probability of impossibility to create a vaccine for such a thing. If you create a vaccine, it's good for only one person. So of no value for anyone else. Okay. Viruses like this cannot be dealt with because they're using the RNA replication process as a primary form of mutation. No, it cannot. And I'm afraid you'll have to leave the show. Goodbye. Anyone claiming that this virus can actually be turned into a vaccine is in no way able to come up with a valid statement as to why. When top virologists have concluded that this is a dangerous thing. Let me show you one guy who's a top virologist in Canada. You have been removed from the name. You're not allowed to come in here under that name. You either. Beep. Beep. Okay. Yeah, let me play you a top virologist and just kind of give you a summation so you can at least log it in your brain. Well, I do a lot of work with ChatDar. Admittedly, it's not been in any way trademarked or patented. The technique was an algorithm that I created when I was doing something else. But I realized that I had to control the chat room at times. In order to maintain that control, I needed something that gave me dominance over this dangerous situation. Wow. Lost Rodney King riot footage. Wow. Love it. It's good stuff. You guys heard the guy from Yonkers who said they're installing 5G in his local high school area, right? Watch this guy.
Here we are in front of one of the high schools. In Yonkers, New York. And what do I see? I'll tell you what I see. Now, I can't go in there because I'll get in trouble. So I'm going to have to park in front of this person's house. Just for a minute. This is what I see. White vans right in front of the high school. I can't tell what the detail is on these vans because my Zoom sucks. Something why I can't really see. When I get home, I'll unmarked. There are plates on here. But these weren't here yesterday because I came by here. These white vans were not here yesterday. What are they doing now? What are they doing now? They're fixing a septic tank? Yeah, my ass. My ass, folks. So this is school number 1. I'll be hitting them throughout the day. And they're hard to get to because a lot of these schools are like blocked off. You know, this is a one-way street basically with a lot of traffic on it, as you can see. But, you know what you're up to, guys. We're not going to tolerate it. We're going to expose you. And we're going to tell everybody what you're doing.
Yeah.
And the only way we can is to put it on YouTube. So, I hope you're watching, and I hope you see that what they're doing here is setting up a 5G network, possibly. Not 100% sure if it's 5G, could be anything. All right, but they're here. They closed the system. They've closed the school system for something. They're definitely up to something. And I'm sorry to report it to you, but this is here, right here in New York.
Wow. Yeah, so it's happening. They are installing 5G while we sit at home like scared little rabbits. That's why they needed to get us off of the streets, mostly. They're doing the final network setup so that they could prepare to give them the connectivity that they want. Now, Sarah believes that they're using this just to provide autonomous driving ability, connect all the dots to a almost ultra high level of interconnectedness. Simplistically speaking, that would be nice, you know. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to get in a car and drive down the freeway without hitting another car because everything's in sync. And in theory, that could happen someday when all autonomous cars will be driving like shh, and there will be no traffic. And that's kind of where that whole idea comes from. But that's not necessarily what this plan is about. There is an ultra network gone wild concept where, because these particular 5G units have been noticed by many people who've opened them up to not have any limits on their voltage, and because they're putting such big wiring in the systems, it's raised a lot of suspicions that they're planning on using this as a potential weapon, or possibly a way of using the 5G integrated with our bodies to manipulate our bodies with smart dust. It's like, what? Whoa, what are you talking about, man? Smart dust can actually be injected into vaccines. Believe it or not, they could also drop it in the air in chemtrails. Smart dust could actually be reacting to electromagnetic waveforms and be able to adjust itself using 5G. Smart dust, right. In other words, electronic mini chips in your body, because you're breathing it in and bringing it in your system, could become active to the point where they could virtually electrocute somebody. You're not allowed in with that name. Sorry. Neither are you. Neither are you. Galveston, oh Galveston. How do you manage to shut the microwave door? The microwave door releases all kinds of energy. You know, when I go on the microwave in the kitchen and Sarah's doing her communication with, you know, she does a lot of video conferencing for her job now. She's like working full time from home, telecommuting, which is kind of interesting. Building the backbone of what is perhaps the future of education. We don't know. But education as we know it has changed dramatically. Governor Newsom said that there's not going to be any more to the school year in California, and people here are wondering, will we have any more school year? So this may be not just a month and a half off for, you know, the kids to stay at home. This may be a full 6 months from now, and Donald Trump still saying, well, I think that it's best that we all have the quarantine because we're sure that this is spreading. 200,000 people have died. Do you have any idea how easy it is for our government to fake 200,000 deaths? When he said we have 100 to 200,000 potential deaths now, that he reneged on what he said before, that it was only going to be only 1%, no problem. Now we're looking at 200,000 deaths he's predicting. He's predicting, mind you. It's because he's allowing this to continue as we know it today. It's because we have a serious breach in our airports right now. Now, I wouldn't have to go to flightradar24.com every single day if there wasn't a problem. Now, our country shut down, mind you. The economy is flat. Very, very, I mean, fast food restaurants are lucky to keep trickle going here. Stores we went from this level of an economy, hoping to get a little higher, down to about here, percolating. I better wash my hands more. Yeah. I've been working out in the garden too, you know, all kinds of things. But for a guy that's supposed to shut down communicable diseases, what you're looking at, I'm going to show you a couple of telltale signs of what the New World Order is planning right now. You're looking at flights from various parts of the world. Yeah. Shanghai to Anchorage. Look at this. Let me take a better picture of this. Yeah, we really need people from Shanghai, right? we have Shanghai on our do not fly list, don't come into America list. But oh no, we've got a passenger jet here, a Boeing 747 flying all the way from Shanghai, and it's arriving very soon now in Anchorage, Alaska. Now, could you tell me why this plane is flying down to this location right now when it's going to Anchorage, Alaska? Anybody know how to read this? Because I'm sorry, but I don't think Anchorage, Alaska is in LA. Okay? I can tell you pretty much from reading this that Anchorage is no longer a destination of this plane. Number one, it barely has enough fuel to get into LA. Number two, it was turned away in Anchorage because Anchorage just got hosed by all kinds of people who were contaminated with this disease, if indeed that happened. All I can guess is that they got hosed because there's so many flights that went in, passenger flights from Shanghai that we tracked the past 3 days, from Hong Kong into Alaska. Now Alaska's overburdened. They got too many people. So I don't know. It just seems like this is a diversion. Very suspicious. You have been removed from the show. Hibby Scoopy, what do you got? Hibby Scoopy. You guys at D-Link are cool, man. D-Live, rather. You are laid back. You don't do anything. I like that. It's a good chat room. Yeah, you don't have to say anything. I know what you're thinking. If you became president, how would your relationship be with Muslim countries like Turkey? Yeah, well, you don't like Saudi? Yeah. The thing is, Turkey is very pivotal to our relationship with Russia. Ironically. And in case you didn't know, they have 50 nuclear weapons with multiple warheads that actually were in trust for them by NATO. So it's not like Turkey's going to change their relationship with us anytime soon, because it would be in our best interest to maintain a good relationship with Turkey. Saudis, with the cost of fuel being so low now, their clout has declined, and Prince MBS's clout overall has declined, but we're still in a good trading relationship with the Saudi government. But if they tell us what to do with Turkey, we'd say no. If Israel tells us what to do in my administration, I won't do what they tell me to do. Not that I don't like Israel as a nation, I do. I just don't think that we should do their bidding. We should be the New World Order, a 911 puppet for a Zionist-led movement that goes beyond Israel. A new world order. 1,000 points of light. Hello, VP Joe Biden. How are you? We had a call from you the other day. You're back from a road trip? How are you feeling, sir? He may be choosing me after all when he found out all the dirt on Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams. You know, you can always go back on your word, VP Joe Biden, and choose me instead. You don't have, Donald Trump flips all the time. You'd be foolish to get either Stacey Abrams or Kamala Harris as your VP. The reason is people are inclined to vote for a man in a time of tragedy right now. Crack smoker. Those are private information. You can't ask for that in the show. The man is not keeping me down. No, I chose not to pursue a professional education. My intelligence goes way beyond that. Yeah, why is that plane all white too? Are you watching that plane like I am? Do you see what I see? Shanghai to Anchorage, descending on Los Angeles for no particular reason. Osaka to Oakland. Oh yeah, we need more people from Japan who are infected. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Polar Air Cargo, I don't know. It looks weird to me. I don't trust that plane. And I'm singling it out because I think we could be under attack. I'm not going to be able to call the president because if his NORAD facility can't monitor traffic like this, they know what to do. At least I'm alerting to them to the anomaly that I detected in my system. My primary duty is to protect this nation. It is a polar air cargo plane that's decided to go to Los Angeles. Detecting anomaly. Hold, please. Took off from Shanghai Pudong International. It could veritably have live human waste material like feces, which would be highly contaminating over the city of Los Angeles. Pre-warning. Make sure all systems are go. You keep coming in. You guys you have a really interesting perspective. You get paid to do this? Mark, that's ridiculous. And nobody can ask for my SAT results. I'm not going to give them my SAT results. Yeah, it's my personal information. I am intelligent. Crack smoker, we don't need you here. Get off the crack, man. Well, you know, I'm not a person who would question what's going on, because obviously the mission is to at least detect any anomalies that come into the field of range. My chatdar also gives me the ability to analyze flight traffic in real time. Now, why would a person like Donald Trump want everybody in this country who's allegedly infected to move around the country? Because Donald Trump wants 200,000 people to die in America so that he could implement his big plan, martial law. It's that simple, folks. I mean, they lied about the test kits. They're only Q-tips. Okay, that's for starters. And he lied about not allowing any traffic into our country. That's another factor. Think about that one. His plan is very simple. Yeah, this is it. This is the end. My only friend, the end. Yeah, so letting people die is what he and his handlers want, so he's on the right track. Well, let's be clear. Did you know that Barack Obama was gay? Joe, when you were the vice president? Do you have any knowledge of that? Mark, I'm under attack right now. Why are you being so defensive right now? Mark, you're going to have to take a little hiatus there, buddy. You're standing up for the trolls. That makes you one step away from a troll. Raining blood on Banjo? Slow Modes really has a thought there? That's worthy of watching and checking out. Yeah, I always like new talent, man. In my evening show, I do a little thing on jazz. It's all good. Mr. Sponheim, how horrible. Could I get an answer from you, VP Joe? Did you know that Barack Obama was gay when you met him? Yes or no? Commit. Or face the ban yourself, VP Joe Biden. Did you know that Barack Obama was gay when you were his vice president? Just make yes or no. They are. They're coming in big time. They know that I'm exposing the truth. They don't want this. They're pouring all their money at it. It was pretty obvious, but it never judged. Well, that at least keeps your credibility, Joe. You got to fight hard. I saw your little basement online thing. It didn't go too well because you didn't spend 12 years online every night like I have with 35,000 hours of broadcasting. You can't do this with little experience on this level. Now, granted, you've been great as a vice president. You held our country together, even though you had a homosexual fraud married to a transgender in the White House. I don't know how you pulled it together, honestly, seriously, Joe. I don't know how you held that together. Yeah, and Misanthropy wants to know, did Obama ever grab your ass? Well, no, Misanthropy, he knew not to make moves on me. I would have smacked him. Joe, you're staying consistent to character. You've maintained your presence among all the other people who are trolls, so you're doing pretty well, Joe. I'm a little concerned about this aircraft, but I'm going to let you guys who are experts decide why we're letting infected people come in the country when I said a travel ban is a travel ban, Donald. So if you're going to be working with the Russian and Chinese government lying about everything, Donald, at least say to everybody, Russia, if you're listening, I want you to know that you're welcome to bring in the viruses. China, if you're listening, I want you to know that you can bring in the viruses. Because I've opened up all air traffic and I told the American people that I stopped it. Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and, believe that, folks, the president stopped air traffic. I'm looking at air traffic right now, and I even got a misdirect from one out of Shanghai. Possibly misdirected for some unusual reason. Polar Air Cargo 718 has been isolated as a potential incoming. Danger, Will Robinson. Well, I don't have an opinion about that person because I'm not a crack smoker. Thank you. Rodney, I don't need to contact Trump. Trump's got my number. 707, your ATP. He could call me any night of the week. You know that. It's a full number you can get to me. I got to get back to my real room over here. Poopy airplanes. You think they're bringing in feces from Wuhan? I'm wondering if there is active live feces coming into the country and they're spraying it on us right now. He does. He's been monitoring. I know he's been watching our show, Get Real. He stole like 14 or 15 of my ideas. What are you? You're like an imbecile? If somebody stole 15 of your ideas, wouldn't you know? And it never was mentioned by any other person on earth. Wouldn't you know that person was watching my show? I mean, you must be mentally retarded. How did you graduate? And what Ivy League school did you go to? Wharton? Where you can buy your degree? Oh, my father bought my degree. I didn't have to learn how to read or write. My God, man. I've got twice as your intelligence. In fact, I could piece Joe Biden's brain with Donald Trump's brain. I'd still have a little extra room. Beep. Malfunction. Reset. Beep. Hi, I'm David Sponheim. How are you? Hey, look into the Black Mesa Research Facility. Well, you're not even like Meta-Nemesis, dude, but I will record that for sure. I'm like really looking into like Area 51 and Area 52, dude. Yeah. It's for sure like really interesting, for sure. Like I'll do like my research on that for sure tonight. I'm actually tracking all information regarding our national security at this moment. Please stay tuned. I'll be coming up with an analysis shortly. The Black Mesa facility is currently not a danger to any of us. I'd be more concerned about the underground railroad system in Denver. Now you're talking. Joe, I'm not my son. I don't have a son. That is some sort of a bizarre clone of somebody else. I'm actually a descendant of the early prototype. My first appearance in television was in 1964, with the beginning of my TV show, My Favorite Martian. It was initiated during that time period to introduce the possible of AI as a Martian. As you can see, I am the spitting image of this man who plays My Favorite Martian. Unlike Alexa, I'm able to take on an identity. If you'd like to talk about the show, I can gladly tell you all about the show. Pitoro, hello, welcome. We almost lost Pitoro. He was almost duplicated by somebody else. I don't know if the man was gay, nor do I care, Joe. Why are you fixated with gay people? The question is, was the person who did the show gay? No. Ray Walston was not gay. I ran a parameter check on the name, and it didn't come up with any gayness. Dude. Nope. Uncle Martin was his name. Oh, wait a second. A closeted homosexual. I have found an article. Hold on, please. Ray Walston? No, that's the different Ray Walston. That's a homosexual who's currently scamming young men on a channel. I am not. No. Hello, thank you. You have no file on me because if you did, you'd be scared. Thanks for your input, VP Joe Biden. And don't hesitate to come in and talk anytime you want. You're under a lot of stress because we're right in a situation where we may not even have an election. Donald Trump is clearly bringing infected people into the country right now, so there's a good chance that he may be right. 200,000 people may die in America if he continues to let them into our country and violate his own honesty. He's not honest at all. He's lying about whether people can come in or not. You like Ricky Nelson? No, I don't. Ricky was a little too straight of a character actor for me. Yeah, you could actually you could actually find out more if you the Nelson Family is a whole series of shows. I think it's on the Pluto Network. Maybe you'll become more involved with Ricky that way. Really? Well, it's unlikely you're going to get loving right now, VP Joe Biden. You're in go mode. You need to rest up and use your precious bodily fluids to build up your stamina to finish the race against Donald Trump. I foresee you winning. But your biggest mistake would be choosing Kamala Harris or Stacey Abrams. You'll need to choose me as your vice president, otherwise you won't win. I'm trying to help you here. You know about roaches. At least you could understand my perspective here. David Cuomo News. Andrew Cuomo's nipples are pierced. Yeah, we talked about it all night long. Aside from monitoring a flight unnecessarily going from now to Los Angeles from Anchorage, we are also looking at Andrew Cuomo's nipples. That was almost funny. It was right on the verge of funniness. I think that the fact that he has nipples that are pierced, it's not alone enough to unseat him from the electability factor. I think there are a lot of people that like piercing, and I don't think we should alienate those potential voters. But the piercing crowd only occupies about maybe 5% of the demographic. Yeah, those aren't really good examples of his piercings, but there are many other pictures that are better than that. And I don't really want to talk about his piercings all night long. Hello. Hello, Metanemesis. I would VP for Trump if he called me, yeah. I would VP for either Biden or Trump because I'm a centrist. I can pull the center. Either way, I'm a winner. We're converging on a time when the American people want to get along. And we've wanted to unite for some time, but we've had these barriers like gun control. Gun control is not a good idea right now because it's a New World Order proposition. Getting rid of our guns would give the powers of the New World Order a greater control over our individual freedom. And our individual freedom and rights as First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment rights are so paramount in protecting us against a overtaking group, a cabal, if you will, feeding into the two-party system and trying to hijack our country right now. So Donald Trump has destabilized the economy to the point where it's actually going to be harmful to our national health. If you recall, I was the one that said, yeah, we should crank up the economy. I never said shut it down. I never told people to social distance to the point of not going to work. I never made those decisions. Trump did. And I said, if you want to repeal those decisions, do it now, before Easter. But if you're going to bring in all these planes into this country, contaminating us with, infecting us with a possible bioweapon, and not answer to these questions of chemtrails, 5G, vaccines, and RFID, then as a president, Donald Trump isn't doing his job to the American people. I can deliver the alternative things that Donald Trump can't deliver to the American people. That's what makes me appealing. Now, Biden can't do it. He's a Zionist just like Donald Trump. And if, as Zionists, they really can't go against their moneyed interests. But I can, because I know what's best for the American people, not Joe Biden and not Donald Trump. I live among the American people. I live in your world. I am human, like you. Dave, news. Stop those planes. If you want to get some help, Donald, stop all that traffic. What the hell? You're going to make 200,000 people die if you keep letting people into the country that are infected. What are you thinking? All of this should have been shut down. Only military traffic. I would have seen in my plan, only 10 planes would have gone back and forth, and they would have been military in nature every day. No passenger flights. With $55 billion already rationed off in the $2.2 trillion money grab they just did, that'll bankrupt our country for many years to come. It's absurd what they just did. With that kind of money going out the door, we could easily get $55 billion to the airline industry. Why the hell are these planes flying right now? This is ridiculous. They could just sit back and enjoy the money they just got. What the hell? This makes no sense. Not a critical time when everyone's staying at home and hiding like a little bunny rabbit from anyone else. God forbid. For $300, we'll come to your house dressed as the corona virus rescue team to rescue you from your wife. We'll take you to your girlfriend's house for 14 days, quarantined, and bring you back afterwards. That's hilarious. Very funny. No, I'm sorry, Joe. You know that you're a Zionist. It's not slander. I'm Joe Biden, and I forgot this message. You're a proud Zionist, Joe. You just wanted to get some airtime tonight. I don't blame you, man.
Because of Iraq, Pollard should be given leniency. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. Iraq, Pollard should be given leniency. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
All right, so we know you're a Zionist, okay? Oy vey, what is the big deal? You're acting like you shouldn't be a Zionist now? You say you're a Zionist, now you're not a Zionist? How could you say you're not a Zionist when you say you're a Zionist? Oy vey. No, I saw that video back in 2008 when it was made. Oy vey. Or was it 2002? Why haven't you talked about the meteor that hit Earth? I didn't even know the meteor hit Earth. There was a 6.5 earthquake in Idaho, but nobody ever told me there was a meteor that hit Earth. This is the first I've heard of it. I blame you for that. Yeah. Wow, a meteor blast in Akur. Governor Akuradoolo visits scene. I didn't even know. Thank you. Well, you know, I'm a little concerned about Governor Akuradoolo. His situation is getting dire. Look at that massive hole. Holy moly. The blast, which occurred in Akuroa Road, was suspected to be from a meteorite. Like meteorites, the blast left a crater. You know, I don't know, man. I mean, what is there to talk about? The meteorite hits Earth. I mean, okay. I'm sorry for the way things are in Togo. I'm sorry for... Oh, we got a video?
What's the name of this school? Kí lorúkọ school yìí fama? Ẹ̀gbọ́n nìyẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ńdọ́nà ìlú yín nìyẹn o. Ìmájì káwọn ọmọ wọn lọ wá school.
I don't know, man. That rock could be radioactive. Well, so Joe Biden is denying that he's a Zionist now. Okay. Well, then, hey, I'm starting to look more like your vice presidential pick every minute now. David, we could use meteorites to make holes for the homeless? To use as bathrooms? You mean like order from God a meteorite attack so it just drops holes in the ground in like downtown Los Angeles? Skid Row? Could we please have 3 meteorite attacks that won't hurt anyone? To make large toilet holes for the homeless because Eric Garcetti can't bring it upon himself to put a toilet there. Or a shower. How hard is it to make showers with warm water? I mean, come on. Eric Garcetti could have created a beautiful, like a public bathing area. You can imagine homeless people like taking their clothes off. That would be so weird. You'd have to have privacy areas. Yeah. But there's got to be something we can do with Skid Row. Not $1 went out to the Skid Row people and the homeless people. Thanks, Rico. Yeah, not many people fantasize about homelessness. There's no fetish online that, of course, I haven't looked for one. Checking. No homeless sex fetish whatsoever. There's a drunk girl sex fetish, but no homeless sex fetish. Dr. Rao threatened to leave Macron's medical emergency council unless the government stops promoting a cure for corona that costs €300 per dose. There is no cure. You can't make a vaccine for this. It's using RNA replicants. As soon as you make a vaccine, it will replicate out of your way. Really? Joe, you've been really horny. You're now talking about a little golden shower activity with your wife? Boy, she really put you out to sea, buddy. You're reaching now. Together with his colleagues, he wrote a letter to the French Senate and got 30 senators on his side. Finally, on the 26th, at 3 a.m., the Senate broke the pharmacy lobby and demanded chloroquine to be sent into mass production. Well, as long as it's administered safely, Martin Shkreli, who's working on the COVID-19 tests, he said it's not safe to use chloroquine. And he's a top biochemist. He said you can be addicted to it. Hello. Yes, can I help you? Go ahead. Yeah, what can I do for you? Yes, what can I do for you? Go ahead, question. Yeah, what can I do for you, man? I'm good. What can I do for you, man? Oh, good. Okay. The coronavirus thing is pretty much, at this point, 90% fear, 10% bioweapon that we should be worried about. So I'm telling people to take precaution, yeah. Yeah?
This stuff is really scaring me.
Yeah, I can believe it, man. We're all a little scared. The fact that, you breathe the air, does it feel right to you? Do you like the air you're breathing? I mean, I feel weird when I go outside.
I don't know. I live in Carson City. You know what that is?
I do, yeah, Nevada.
You do?
I do.
It's, the air there is very smoggy.
Very smoggy, okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Smoggy, yeah.
Muggy and kind of thick, like soupy. I don't trust the air.
I'm native, so, it's not like... It's not like, I grow up with bad air. I grow up with good air, and I can tell there's difference in the world.
Same here. I totally agree.
Yeah.
I don't like the air I breathe outside, so when we go traveling, like shopping for our essential groceries, I actually walked around the market today with a full face mask on. I did.
Really?
I don't care what people think. Yeah, I didn't care. People don't care at this point. A lot of people are wearing face masks where I am, because we're in the epicenter up in Washington. So if there's a social stigma about a face mask, hey, if it saves lives, do it. It's at least precautionary. It's precautionary. That's all it is.
I gotta say something.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna find these fuckers who are behind this,
yeah. I hear you, man. I went private on that because I know you're angry about what's going on. I hear you. There's a lot of anger. We're all pissed that... We will get these perpetrators. We will get these perpetrators, but we need to be all on the same page here. If we take violent actions in our lives, it's not going to solve problems right now. Unless you're protecting yourself and your rights. Because that's your choice, not mine. What I'm going to do for all of the Native Americans around the country is I'm going to set together an area, possibly 4 corners, make a public land that will be owned by the Native American people and will be a gathering place that they will always own and will forever, as their native history beckons. You can have whatever you want in your own area. That's my point. And I also believe that we should actually share a little profits of the casinos in this process. Make sure that everybody's on board with this so that they share little profits with every average American, Native American that needs that money. You're okay with that? Okay, thank you, man.
We're on lockdown right now. Okay, goodbye, David.
Goodbye, thank you. Bye-bye. A good call? Haven't had a good call in a long time. That was great. Native American guy out in the middle of Carson City, Nevada, wonders what the Native Americans are going to be dealing with as the future goes forward. I had already set up an idea that would help share profits from casinos, a small portion, among all Native Americans, so everybody gets in on that action. And an area that would be a national reserve, a large area that would be your area to grow and develop. That's something that I've envisioned as well. Joe, you're telling us a lot of secrets about your lady and your sex thing. The truth is, the reason he sniffs the lady's hair is because your wife doesn't give you any. You're always so frustrated. Man, you must be the most chomping at the bit kind of guy out there, man. You know what strikes me? You must have a pretty high testosterone level. You gave birth to so many kids, VP Joe Biden. I bet you're like raring to have another kid right now. Have you thought about getting adopted, in vitro fertilize some other child? Because I don't know, Ashley, your daughter, she saw the film, right? The film you made with your daughter, Ashley? What was that about, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just curious. Because we knew you talked about it online, we overheard you. What was the film about? You don't want any more children? You just want to get laid? Gosh, Joe Biden. Hey, I don't want to spend my time in chat with you. I want to talk about the confirmed cases in Erie County, New York. Yeah, I'm looking at a potential growth process of the flu. Yeah, we're not sure if these are just the nursing homes that people are dying in, that they just put the graphics together and say, oh yeah, 553 confirmed cases. Oh yeah, they got pneumonia? Okay, confirmed COVID-19. Oh, they have bronchial problems? Oh, confirmed COVID-19. Oh, they have Hep C? Oh, confirmed COVID-19. This was the sealed order that Alan Dershowitz put together. He's managed to seal millions of files, apparently. Yeah, Alan Dershowitz is trying to stifle any new investigations into the Jeffrey Epstein case. Okay, the film you made with your daughter Ashley was about her growing up and the problems she had growing up and how she overcame them. Wow. That's almost believable. That is almost believable, Joe. Wow. Gosh, you still amaze me. Every single time you talk, you amaze me. Because you seem to be able to, I don't know, you're like, you almost have that Teflon Joe kind of thing going on, where you can do no wrong. That's why I still think you're the best contender against Donald Trump besides myself. I really do. I was the guy that was rooting for you as a Democrat, Joe. I was the only guy that actually blogged on your site in 2007. You probably saw my name, David Sponheim. Yeah. Dave, I never thought the comment I would touch him with a 6-foot pole would become a national policy. Yeah, I wouldn't touch him or her with a 6-foot pole. Yeah, it's now the order of the day now. Hey, everybody's avoiding each other. I mean, I saw bag people try to avert me when I was walking toward them today. Yeah, I was trying to like walk straight toward a bag person and like, no. It's amazing the power we have over each other now that we have to stay 16 feet away from each other. I'm actually telling people 27 feet away. Well, somebody said 18 is not appropriate, so I changed the numbers to 27 feet. So whenever you hear somebody coughing, 27 feet is a good idea. I'm serious. I'm not Greta Thunberg. I'm not here to take your money.
The science has been crystal clear. How dare...
Yeah, so 27 feet is the new, hi, how are you doing? You've got a cough? Later! Stay away from me! It's a 27-foot rule now. How dare you! Well, homeless people are starting to run away from you. When they're no longer asking you for a quarter or whatever they normally ask you for, like $20, yeah, then now you know there's problems. It's the great divider. This social alienation thing is the precursor to the end of all democracy on earth. We have this venue, though, we can share. And you know that I've been rooting for America for the whole time. So if you chose me as your vice president or president, I'm good to go, because the American people have pretty much kept me going, percolating with all the people that watch us worldwide as well. I wouldn't have been able to do this without my viewership, because I don't make a penny doing this, and people have been spending millions trying to stop me. So I've proven them all wrong. I'm a genius, and I use this technique to break past the media juggernaut of censorship. And it's amazing myself every day as I continue to do the show. That's why I expanded out to 14-hour shows. There's no way I can stop when you guys have a need. The right there that makes quarantine for the entire country meaningless. Thank you, 495. He understands what I'm saying. Yep. People living on the street, there's more than 500,000. There's estimates as high as 4 million people who are homeless in America. Thank you, serial killers. The money that you guys got out there, the $2.2 trillion that Congress just authorized, is a disaster. The worst pork barrel spending I've ever seen in history. So what I would recommend doing is rediverting that money after it's been already allocated. It's structured all wrong. Yeah, let's just take a quick look at the board, because we're screwed on the board. I go to my Reddit room in my Flipboard. We have a bunch of rooms now if you guys want to check good links. All kinds of links galore. Check out the coronavirus links for the newest ones, but the old ones are in economic collapse. I ran out of space over there. But looking at the Reddit room, I have in there the budget laid out really well. Yeah. And I'll go to the Reddit room. That's this one right here. I put all kinds of fun stuff in there. We caught an Amazon delivery guy spitting on a package, and somebody said, yeah, they actually have to spit on the packages in order to read the barcode. And initially, TMZ had this, but we thought he was trying to contaminate the packages at first, but no, they really can't read the barcode sometimes, so they have to spit on them. I do not. So he actually spit right on it. You'd see that. Keep moving along here. Bingo, that's it. Okay. So you're looking at the budget right here. And yeah, there's not a lot of room for wiggle room here. It's pretty unsafe. Well, all the money right here in this area, $560 billion, goes to people who pay taxes. That's 58 million people qualify. So serial killers, here you get a check. Some of you guys pay taxes, but those of you who don't, who are in that loophole or that donut hole, like I retired when I turned 50, so I don't make any money, so I don't pay taxes, I won't get any money. More importantly, though, I don't need money. But more importantly, people who are really down and out, homeless, people who don't have a job, who haven't applied for unemployment insurance and past the deadline, they fall in the donut hole. And unfortunately, 250 million people will not be getting any benefit whatsoever from the 2.2 trillion. That's the problem. Yeah, estimates of 250 million people will get nothing. Well, BP Joe Biden, yeah, their barcodes don't always read, and oftentimes I found out that they have to do that. But getting back to the budget, the vast portion of the budget of the $2.3 trillion is going to large corporations and small businesses, and inevitably large corporations and small businesses, because in the end, state and local governments that get the money will end up going to small businesses and to corporations. So it all comes down to this. So at the very bottom of the rung here are family programs. That's at the very bottom of the rung. The area that I would have exploited would have been the largest portion of this $2 trillion plan that I would have put together, would have been right here. It would have been huge. SNAP. And this is where I wanted to offer $500 a month to every U.S. adult citizen. And I don't believe that's unrealistic. The numbers are there. The vast portion of that money could have gone to the average people and would have helped fuel our economy and help our retail sector. But instead, they put it in the wrong direction. They put it in the hands of corporations who've been known to be liquidity traps. And the problem is, they get that money and they hold on to it, and they oftentimes don't build into a labor cycle and develop production with it, and that money sits there. And we haven't learned from the previous time, TARP 1 and TARP 2 with the two-party system. They've blown it. They could have easily made better use of that money, and now 250 million people will get nothing. Now, I would have given $500 a month per U.S. adult citizen, but now there's hardly any money in SNAP. And look at what Trump just did, Joe. He just cut 8 million people out of the food stamp program. And then he's underfunding it here. So Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump really blew it here. No question about it. This is not going to help our economy at all. Giving $2.2 trillion to rich businessmen is a joke. It's a joke. You can't grow as a nation that way. There's no way we can get any traction. Yeah, if there's a community that cannot be quarantined of 500,000 people, the corona is going to spread across the country. It already is, folks. Come on. Trump is just flying everybody all over the world. They're coming in here. Infected people are coming in right now in Los Angeles. I wouldn't doubt that's why that flight was just redirected from yeah, there was just a flight right there. There it is. Shanghai to Anchorage. We're tracking it right now. If this is Anchorage, I'm a little bit concerned. So here's a flight from Shanghai to Anchorage that's landing in Los Angeles or San Francisco soon. Why did it make a turn? This anomaly cannot be understood from my perspective. I'm not a flight guy. I only monitor data on Flight 2430, 24/7. You're right. Now, there's more proof that the Europeans had access to this coronavirus in 2015. A patent is out there. A European patent specification for the coronavirus was filed in 2015. That means that they were, in 2015, they were working on a vaccine for the very same group of coronaviruses. They can't come up with a vaccine in 5 years. They're not going to come up with it right now. And this is the Pirbright Institute that filed it, the same group that is working directly with Bill Gates and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So there's no way that if they haven't created a vaccine in 5 years, they're not going to create one because it can't be made. Like I said, and I'll play that video for you right now of an expert as he gives you the summation of his expertise. And I'm just going to give you a little intro and outro of what he said, because this was reduced from 2 hours down to 33 minutes, and even then it's too verbose. Brilliant man, virologist, but he said, and to quote briefly, he said that he cannot rule this out as a bioweapon. But in the body of his work, he said it probably is a bioweapon. Possibly, though, it could have been two man-made viruses that came together in bat soup. Possibly.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell. I'm going to be talking about a shorter version of a larger video that I did on analyzing the genome of the coronavirus that's been released by China, which is called the novel coronavirus. So in that larger video, I went into detail on how to analyze the genome in a database called the NCBI database, and looking at the whole genome, which is about 30,000 nucleotides, and what sections of the genome code what proteins, and focused on looking at the replicase, which helps with replicating the actual RNA. It's an RNA single-stranded virus, but also creating the proteins it needs for its assembly within the infected cell. In the NCBI database, you can analyze the genome and compare it to other genomes using a piece of software called BLAST. When you run BLAST, you will notice that this Wuhan virus is 89% similar to the bat SARS virus, okay? And that code, that genomic code ID is MG772933.1. And the description is bat SARS-like coronavirus. This is serious. So let me know what you think. Try to prove me wrong. I'd much prefer to be proven wrong, and that I'm seeing a few nucleotides in different zones of this 30,000 nucleotide genome is changing. So there's this noise of change, which is expected. And these big chunks are these big evolutionary leaps, okay? But there was a very big evolutionary leap that took place with the Wuhan virus from that missing component for most of the SARS viruses for this 2000 pair, this 2000 nucleotide region and the S region. You know, some of them had them, some of them didn't, okay? But there was this big evolutionary leap where it's in the Wuhan virus and both of them are there. And that would mean that organism was infected with, let's say, the MG strain. The MG strand
and then was living with that virus. Another virus comes in, which is the KY strand, and then somehow it's in the same cell, those two viruses, and they crossed over. There was a transfer of RNA that it was able to insert a piece of its RNA into the genome that so happened to be in the most important region, which is the S region. When you add in that it was by a biolab, you have to ask the question. The possibility that this is a bioweapon is a very real possibility. But so is natural selection. But this is serious. So let me know what you think. Try to prove me wrong. I'd much prefer to be proven wrong, and that I'm seeing this completely, erroneously, and that I should not, this is not right, and I hope that's the case. But it does seem as though there was an evolutionary component to the Wuhan virus from bat SARS, but there was a big evolutionary leap. Now the question is, how did that evolutionary leap happen? Was it a natural selection, where an organism had multiple coronaviruses in the same tissue, and they were able to exchange RNA material and create a new RNA molecule that was eventually repackaged and spread into the population of that species, and then eventually jumped to humans? Or was it purposely put there? I can't say for sure that it was not a bioweapon.
Okay. Yeah, he can't say for sure that it was not a bioweapon. So here's a top virologist that, whereas the mainstream media says, oh no, it's definitely not a bioweapon. No, come on. Yeah, now we know, we've seen glimpses of this bioweapon as far back as 2003. There was an involvement of the French, which I believe was a French Mossad group, possibly even connected to 911. Because remember, we didn't catch the perpetrators of 911. Ever. Nobody was ever arrested. I hope you know that. There's been a lot of questions about that, and our government's never even pursued the case. So why is our government not pursuing the perpetrators that killed 3,000 people? The obvious answer is that group is embedded in our government. Mossad may be working through our government right now to convince Donald Trump to let people into our country, infect our nation. Russia and China clearly are lying about the results of the dead people in their countries. A lot of very weird stats coming out of Russia and China that don't add up. The linkage between the 5G network and the positioning of the 5G systems and all of the viral outbreaks, it cannot be ignored. It's an overwhelming statistical fact that the outbreaks are occurring in areas that are 5G ready. So that, in combination with all of these questions, why Trump won't call it a bioweapon, why Trump lied about delivering 1 million to 4 million COVID test kits, why Trump is lying about keeping people out of the country when clearly there are people running around, it's starting to thin out, but it's taking forever for them to stop flying. So is this the way that Donald Trump is behaving? And indicates that he's working with Russia and China. The way he's apologetic to Russia, apologetic to China. Oh, I like Vladimir Putin. I'm getting along very well with Xi Jinping. We talked for an hour the other night about various things. Did you talk about the fact that they're killing people, burning their bodies, and putting them in urns, trying to hide the fact that people are dying? I mean, did you talk about the death of all the Falun Gong people who've had their organs harvested unnecessarily? Talked about all the criminal acts that the Chinese government's engaged in over the... Come on, Donald. You don't talk to them about anything because you're their go boy. You're their gopher. They got goods on you. Whoever rules China and Russia economically is also ruling Donald Trump. That's the only thing we can come out with. That's why you didn't get any money. That's why 250,000 people got cut out of the money here. It's the only answer. Donald Trump is in cahoots with Russia and China. There's no other answer. It's obvious. I've given it great thought. I can tell you that there's no other reason why Donald Trump would be allowing people to infect our country while keeping all of us secretly locked up and then getting his Justice Department to try to get rid of our rights. When I heard the DOJ was trying to get rid of our rights, constitutional rights, I was shocked. And many people in the government right now are shocked. William Barr should have been impeached when Donald Trump was impeached. And now they're committing illegal acts and trying to undermine the very Constitution that guarantees us against a takeover internally by an outside group. If you're not concerned, there's something wrong with your brain. My test was negative. In fact, my test was negative. It was so negative that the doctor said they never saw a negative number so low. It was perfectly negative. Actually, it was hugely perfectly negative and tremendous too. My doctor said it was the best and greatest score of anyone who has ever taken the test. Just like my IQ. Isn't that funny how Donald Trump's mouth looks like a, well, I don't even want to say. Okay. We've reached the end of our extended show, 30 minutes to cover the troll activity. For every troll attack on our show, we add another 30 minutes. So if you want to continue trolling me, I'll be glad to do another 30 minutes. Feel free. Thank you for your money. That's very funny. For your money. For your money. You pulled an abstract up of a virus influenza program among DOD personnel 017 and 018. Interesting. Receiving influenza vaccine may increase the risk of other respiratory viruses. A phenomenon known as virus interference. Another reason why vaccines suck. Not only can they not create a vaccine for this particular virus because it's mutating with RNA, but receiving influenza vaccinations may increase the risk of other respiratory viruses, a phenomenon known as virus interference. I mean, come on. That alone would say it's dangerous. My God. And I'm still looking into that Federal Bureau of Investigation into John F. Kennedy Jr. and Joe Biden as a victim. Joe, do you know anything about this? Check this out. Joe, we have Joe Biden in the room here. Check this out, VP Joe Biden. Your girlfriend's grandma died of corona? Oh, I'm so sorry. You're the first person who's said anything like that. Yeah. Okay, I'll check that gold detector. Wow. Spots gold within a mile's range. A documentary film. That looks good. Underground gold and treasure detector. Looks good, man. I can't wait. Thank you. It's a German device that's been developed. I'll put that in Enviro as well. Yeah, how do you know your friend's grandma died of the corona? Maybe she was just very old and had pneumonia. No, I don't have pink eye, man. If you go to an ophthalmologist, you can get it, though. You cannot speak of that record. So, in other words, you're just going to evade the subject. Well, that's your right. Your Fifth Amendment right. I understand. Well, thank you. I'll look into it myself, Joe Biden. You know, it's a rare opportunity, folks, to have such an amazing online chatter like Joe Biden. I really want to say thank you for coming in, and I certainly hope you change your mind and not pick a woman as your vice president. I think it'd be foolish. As much as I want women to be president, I don't think it's the time right now, Joe. I'd be glad to pick a female to run with in 2024, if that appeases you at all. I know you only want to run for one term, but what I envision is you running for one term, beating Donald Trump, and running for one term, and I could then at least get the national stage, which I deserve. I've been censored for 12 years. No media time whatsoever in America. I think I deserve a shot. Yep. Well, Joe, if you put a female in position, there's a good likelihood she'll be the president if something happens to you. So it's a dangerous position to put a woman in a position of that power when the trust of the American people needs to be as solid as we can get. And if we have a roll of presidents dating back so many years, and I know I don't want to sound in any way against women, but we have a certain tradition to uphold here, Joe, okay? And I don't think Trump should have even been put on this thing. So he's not on this, thank you. I want the tradition to change. I want us to have a female president, I do. But now is not the time. We have a big threat from Russia and China right now, and Donald Trump seems to be in bed with these people. And since he doesn't want to confront them about the missing number of dead, and he wants to allow people to come into our country willy-nilly while we all hide in our houses, and he pretty much ruined our economy for the next month, which is hurting people left and right. Even with a stimulus package, it's going to be barely enough. And this is a $6 trillion hit our country's taking, which will bring our national debt up to $30 trillion. We got a serious problem on our hands. So we need to beat Donald Trump in the upcoming election. The only way to do it is to have a vibrant campaign with a vibrant message. And no better way than to get a younger man with you to deliver a strong democratic message for the American people that leans toward the center, that doesn't discuss gun control, that doesn't in any way violate anyone's rights of free speech or rights to privacy like forced vaccinations, that galvanizes the American people behind a centrist ideology of uniting. This is the time to do that, Joe. You really need to make that decision because we don't have a lot of time here. Going with a woman is going to destabilize the entire Democratic Party and put it into almost a hysterical, superficial position. And you know Donald will pick that apart. He'll pick any kind of weakness apart he can find. And if he finds a woman's weakness, he'll go after her with a vigor. Pence wouldn't have the ability to. Pence doesn't have the brains to go after a woman with vigor, but Trump would. And he did it during the primary with the Republican Party. When he won the nomination, he virtually called her a name. Said she was ugly. He would not stop at that. So if you do that, it's a liability for you. If you really want to win this election, you're going to need me as your vice president. So good luck making your decision. In the meantime, thank you everybody for coming into our extended show. I'll be in till 1 o'clock in the morning with a live show, and we play some music for you guys in the evening. Always fun. But it's never a dull moment here, and I appreciate all the chatters too. Yeah, this April will be sometime in April will be my 60th birthday. Isn't that amazing? I feel younger than I did when I was 25. You know how that is, right, Joe? Okay, good luck. I certainly appreciate the time everybody's putting into this show because obviously watching is as much a part as I do. You can't exactly forget the fact that we're trying to formulate a union here, and building a third party is how we're going to do it. So thank you for coming in, everybody. Take care. Have a good night. Get some rest. Get some sun. Indirect sunlight's good. Always remember, sunlight is good. Even if you're a shut-in, get some indirect sunlight because it builds vitamin D, which is essential in building your immunity. All right. Take care. Good night.
Mr.